In this 4-hour real estate investing course, I'm going to go through a step-by-step process on how I went from 0 to 20 units and built a $2.1 million real estate portfolio by buying properties like this $60,000 duplex, by fixing it up, renting it out, and refinancing it to make a profit. I'm going to be going through how to find a deal, how to finance it, how to pick the best cities to invest in, how to analyze a property, and literally everything you possibly need to know to make this work. Now, most people will not watch a 4-hour video, but I promise you, if you watch this through and take the actions, you can literally learn everything you need to get started and buy that first rental property, because dozens of other people have done it watching this course. So let's start from the first section.
Hey everyone, so welcome to the strategy package. This is where we're going to talk about your investing strategy. At the end of this whole section, we're hopefully going to have goals outlined for you, what your investing strategy is going to be, and a one-liner, a line that you'll be able to say to any real estate professional where you'll feel like you're confident and you'll show off that you actually know what you're talking about. So let's get into it. What is real estate investing? Starting from the basics, all right? Real estate investing is when you buy a house and you plan on making money from it. That may seem obvious to you, but for a lot of people, that's not obvious. And let me explain. Because a lot of people get it as super complicated. When I started out, I was overwhelmed. I didn't know where to start. But if I had remembered that one sentence, buying a house and planning on making money from it, everything would have changed. It would have been so much simpler because I just had to plan to make money from it. And we'll dive into exactly how, because it's obviously easier said than done. And if you don't make money from it, it's not an investment anymore. It becomes what's known as a liability. A liability is something that costs you money every single month. Does not make you money. An asset is what we're going for. An investment is an asset, something that makes you money consistently over time. Those are the two differences. Two different mindsets you can have when going into this. You have a gambling mindset. A gambling mindset is when you take your money and you hope it works out. Example, when you go to Las Vegas or when you go to Atlantic City, these are places where you can gamble. You play blackjack, let's say, right? You're gambling and playing risks, and you're taking a large risk for a potentially very large reward. But it's hard to take probability into consideration for some of these, like the probability of it actually working. It's hard to take risks into consideration because you're just blinded by how much money you can make very quickly. And it's hard to find a way to minimize the downside, okay, and maximize the upside. The game is really rigged against you, okay? And you kind of hope it's going to work out. Whereas investing, on the other hand, is when you take a calculated risk for a calculated reward. And that's what you're going to be doing here. You're not going to be gambling. Of course, all investing has some risk involved. But in the end, we're going to minimize our risk to the maximum possibility and maximize our profitability. That's what our goal is. Gambling is solely based off of emotional decision making, and investing is based off of logical decision making. Math, knowledge, everything is being used in this, not emotions. All right? So keep that in mind. I wanted to show you this graph here that in every scenario, every type of investing, whether it's stocks, crypto, investing in your friend's business, whatever, has a risk and a potential return. Usually the way it works is, as you see on this graph, is the higher the risk, the higher the return. But some things are a little uneven, okay? Like investing in real estate, in my opinion, is a lower risk. Still has risk, but lower risk with a potential higher return, okay? So I tried to draw it on the graph here, but really somewhere along this high in terms of risk, like in terms of return, right? You made a decent amount of return, but on the low end of the risk. And so because we could base everything off of actual numbers and actual historical data, it's a lot less based off of just guessing. And I'm not a pro of any other types of investing. I'm not a pro of this either. I am just a few steps ahead of you, and I'm trying to teach you and show you exactly what you need to do. So the difference is, I have this example here, is I'm going to buy a house because it'll go up in value over time. That's just a thought you might have. That is very risky, in my opinion. That's gambling, right? Just because you think it'll go up. But instead, if you base it off of data, like the house has been growing, the area where I bought the house, the population has been growing for the last 15 years, and new businesses have come there, and now it's going to be even better, right? That's basing it off of math and knowledge and data rather than just saying, oh, real estate's always going to work, because it's not always going to work. Now, let's go over the main types of investing, all right? First is fix and flip. This is the picture on the right accurately depicts this. It's when you buy a home that needs work, you fix it up, and you add something to it, and then you sell it for more money. Pros are large sum of money, okay? You can make a lot of money quickly. An example would be you bought a house for $100K, you put $50K work into it, and now it's worth $250. That's $100K difference you can make. And the con on that end of making a large sum of money and doing it quickly is that it's very active, right? Either you need to fix up the house or someone else needs to fix up the house for you. And even if you do, you need to manage them in some way, shape, or form, whether it's remotely or not. But also you have to pay for costs of the home while time is going on. You also need to pay a lot of money in taxes. Because it's not as tax friendly for you to do this, you need to pay as if it's an active income tax, like you're working a job. And it's a little bit more of a gamble because the market plays a lot more. Like if we're in the middle of a recession, it's harder to flip than if we are in an upturn. The second form, and the form that I use, is known as buy and hold, otherwise known as rental property investing. And guys, just so you know, there's a lot of niche versions of this type of investing, but I'm going to break down all of them for you. So what is it? You buy a property, you rent it out for a longer period of time. And the purpose is that the income that you make from the property, which is the rent, you take that and you subtract that cost over the cost of running the property, and you're left with some cash at the end. So let's say the property costs you $1,000 a month, like your mortgage, your taxes, your insurance, and everything. And we'll go into explaining all that. But the rental income is $1,500. It costs you $1,500 to rent it out. That means you make $500 a month in passive income. That's what we want. So if you want passive income, this is the method for you. It's less of a gamble. It comes down to math. It's less hands-on and active, okay, because it's over time. It's not something you have to be there every single day, and you can get property managers to help you out and handymen. And it's consistent monthly income. I can do the math today to see the outcome tomorrow, okay? Only con is that it's a slower return on your money, all right? Slower return is going to take time to get that money back. You put $10,000 in for a down payment, it might take you 5 to 10 years to get that money back. And this last form, known as wholesaling, is not really investing because at the end of the day, you don't actually own a property. But basically, the diagram on the right explains it. It's when you drive around your neighborhood, right, and you see a house that has a broken down window, or the roof looks in bad shape, there's a bad car in the driveway, the grass is not mown for a long time, and you call up that owner and you say, hey, I want to buy your house. You get them to agree to sell the house for a certain price. Okay, let's say $100,000. Then you go to an investor like me and you say, hey, I'll sell you this contract to buy this house for $110,000. So the person buys the contract from you for $110,000, you make $10,000, and you pay the other person $100,000. The investor's happy because they got a cheap house, and the seller's happy because they got out of their house quickly. Usually this is done with cash. Now, as a wholesaler, you don't actually own the property in the end, and you don't need any money to really do this. Now, you don't need any money. Is it easier with money? Of course. But also you get to learn an important skill as an investor, which is how to find off-market properties. It's very time-consuming to do, I should say. And cons of this method is that it's very active. It takes a lot of time, right? And at the end, you don't own a property. So, one more slide before we get into an action step. This will probably be one of the longer videos in the entire packages because this one just simply, it's hard to cut it all out to get all the basics in. I'm trying to shortcut all the basics into your brain so you can get started. So, 4 ways to make money in real estate investing. Number 1 is cash flow, okay? Cash flow is the most important. It's the one that will protect you in recessions. It is the monthly income you'll make after all expenses are paid. Now, you can only make this with some form of buy and hold. It doesn't work with fix and flip. It doesn't work with wholesaling, okay? So remember that. Appreciation is the second one. Appreciation is when the house value goes up in time. I'm sure all of you are partly here because you think that real estate's a good decision because you think that it always goes up over time. Now, that's not always true, but if you look at historical data, usually house prices go up around 3% every single year. That is known as natural appreciation. There's 2 types of appreciation. There's natural appreciation and forced. Natural appreciation depends on the growth that's happening in that city, right? Like I live in Austin and the home prices have been going up. And in New York City from the 1970s to 2000s, the home prices went up an insane amount just because it was in New York City, because New York City was growing. Or if the economy's doing well overall in the entire nation, or in the entire world, the real estate prices will go up. That's just typically how it goes. That's natural appreciation. That's something you can't really control other than buying in the right location. Now, the second type of appreciation, which is known as forced appreciation, is my favorite type of appreciation because it's something that you can control, it's something you can calculate. This adds something to a house by fixing up something, like for example, a bathroom or a kitchen or repainting the whole house, right? You improve the value of the house. When you improve the value of the house, you forced the value to go up, hence forced appreciation. Now, appreciation can happen with a buy and hold when you rent a property, but also when you do a fix and flip. Those 2 strategies work. And third is leverage. Leverage is when a bank and a lender will give you money, right, Out of all types of investing out there, real estate is one of the few where the bank will give you 90% or 80% or 70% of the value of the thing you're going to buy, of the house, right? So if you're buying a $100,000 house, you can only come to the table with 20%, and the bank will give you 80% of the value. But the whole thing is yours. So when you do it this way, guess what? You have a mortgage every single month, and your tenants pay the mortgage for you. That helps build the equity value in the house that you get. So let's say every single year you pay down $1,000 towards the value of your house. That's $1,000 your net worth went up without you taking any money into your pocket. It just went into the value of the house. Okay, that's known as equity paydown and leverage. These two concepts work hand in hand together. The fact that you get to buy something for a lot cheaper than it's actually worth, but get the whole thing, and then you also get that money back over time. And then last is a tax break. Rental properties are one of the best tax deductible things in the entire country because the government would not be able to survive if no one was there to buy the houses, because people need to buy houses in order to fix them up and have people who have jobs in the area move in and start working to help the economy, which then gets the government to collect their taxes. So the less money we give to the government, the better, right? Not always, but the less money we give, the better. Typically, mortgage interest is something you can deduct. Items that you buy for the house and buy to do your research, that's stuff you can deduct. Work done on the property. And there's something else called depreciation, which is when you add improvements to the property, you can depreciate those improvements over time. Now, consult with an accountant. Obviously, in the end, you'll be looking for a CPA for this, but you get tax breaks with fix and flip and buy and hold, just more with buy and hold. So based on all that, what I want you to do is to take a look at the three forms of investing and ask yourself which form of investing is best. What I would like you to do of all of these types of investing is to ask yourself which one is the best. Based off of all the different ways you can make money in real estate, ask yourself which one is the one that capitalizes on most of these. Do that, and I'll catch you in the next video. What's up, everyone? So the last video, we focused solely on the basics of real estate investing. Now we're going to get into our goals so we can have clear goals, and that'll help us outline our strategy. As you can tell, I'm very process-oriented, and we're going to move forward step by step. So first thing is getting clear. So I wanted to read to you this post I found on BiggerPockets, which kind of encapsulates what's going on in a beginner's mind. So I'm going to read it out. To start, one of my goals is to get out of the rat race and have enough cash flow to replace my income, which is $2,000. This way I can get into real estate investing full time and then eventually also have enough cash flow to replace my husband's income, which is $3,000 a month. I'm looking at wholesaling to start so I can continue building capital, but eventually cash flow is my end goal to set us up for retirement. I've also considered starting BRRRR, but I'm just not sure which route to go. Any tips or advice would be greatly appreciated. This encapsulates exactly how a lot of beginners feel. They're starting off and they don't know what strategy is best. Why? Because their goals are not clear. In the first sentence, she said she wants to buy she wants to get properties for cash flow, which would be rental properties. Then she goes into wholesaling, then goes into BRRRR. So she's confused on her strategy. Why? Because she's not clear on what her first goal is and what she needs to be hitting. So that's what we're going to be going over now. This quote from Zig Ziglar is really important. Lack of direction, not lack of time, is the problem. We all have 24-hour days. That's so true. So many people are real estate investors because they decided that that's what they're going to spend their time on. Other people did not. So let's get into why it's important to get clear. If you don't now, then you'll keep bouncing back and forth between different things, and honestly, you'll never really start. I'm telling you this from experience because when I started off, I was stuck between fixing and flipping and buy and hold. And I was like, man, I want to fix and flip so I can make a lot of money really quickly. But then I was like, but I don't know how to fix anything up, so how am I supposed to do fix and flip? So then I went to buy and hold, and I was like, but if I do that and I buy property, then what do I do? I'm not going to have any money for the second one. So I just kept bouncing back and forth, and I was stuck there for 4 years, along with a couple of other things. So another thing is that if you're not clear, real estate professionals, like people you meet at meetups, agents, investors, lenders, contractors, you name it, wholesalers, they're not going to take you seriously. Why? Because you aren't taking yourself seriously and getting clear. You're going to hesitate when properties come on the market. When good deals show up, you're going to hesitate and you'll be overwhelmed with all the information. This is not the place I want you guys to be. So we need to first come up with clear goals. And what is a clear goal? A clear goal is something that is specific. You're clear what it is and what it's not. This is a gray shirt. It is not black. My shirt might identify as black, but I tell you that it is gray. gray, okay? Objectively, it is gray. Measurable. Measurable means you can tie a number to it. I have one shirt, not two shirts, one shirt. Tangible, meaning that it's actually doable. I could actually go get this shirt from my closet. Is it possible for you to get 100 units in 1 year? Maybe, but it's extremely hard. Why are you going to set yourself up for failure? Instead, set your goal for 1. So, a few ways we're going to do this, and I hinted at examples, is talking about how many units you own. How much cash flow per month would you like? What day would you like this done by? And what cash flow has helped you to do to make it really tangible for you. So, what is your goal with real estate? We're going to start backwards. I like to start with your long-term goal, which is about 10 years from now, and then we work forward. 10 years to 5 years, and so on. So your long-term goal, where do you want to be with real estate? What has it done for you? Has it gotten you financial freedom? Are you on a beach somewhere in Thailand? Do you own an apartment building that you really wanted? Do you want to pay for your kid to go to college through rental properties? Has it allowed you to quit your job and start a business? Has it allowed you to travel the world? What is it? So what you're going to do is you're going to write the date 10 years from today, write how many units you have and how much cash flow you're making. Don't do it yet. I'm going to give you time to do it right after. So an example would be a long-term goal is 10 years from today, I'll have 50 units making me $100,000 a year in passive income so I can travel the world and live where I want, when I want. That's clear, that is specific, it is measurable and tangible. A short-term goal, which is what all of your short-term goals should be, if you're here, is either get my first cash flowing single-family home or small multifamily home or something like that that'll make me at least $150 per month in cash flow, and then you could pick within 90 days or 1 year, however close you are to actually getting started. And in the end, you're going to have a 10-year, 5-year, 1 year, and 90-day goals, so you can be clear. So I want you to take action now. This entire video series is going to be solely focused on you taking action. I'm going to teach you something, and you're going to take action. None of these 20, 30, 50-minute videos of me talking at you like other courses are. That's not what this point is. This is a video series that you're meant to take action on. You're going to open up the homework assignment. Get clear on your strategy. Okay, you're going to make a copy of this. You're going to go file, make a copy, or I'll have another way for you to get it. Right now, that's the way I have it. You're going to fill in the blanks. You're going to answer all parts of question 1. What is the date from years today? Today is September 30th, 2022, so I will be doing 9/30/32. That's 10 years from today. So you'll fill in exactly how much you have, then you'll do a 5-year goal, a 1-year goal, a 90-day goal. You could change this 90-day goal if you're not ready within the year to buy property. And then do that, and then come back here, and I'll see you for the next one. What's up? So a goal is not enough. We need motivating reasons why we're actually going to go towards this goal. So the truth is that real estate's a 5 to 15 year play. You're going to have to wake up every day, show up, call real estate agents, call property managers, deal with stuff all the time, look for properties, make offers on properties, deal with whatever, right? It's a lot of work. You're going to have to take consistent action over a 5 to 15 year game in order to get to where you want to go. That's just the truth. If you don't have any real reason why waking you up every single morning, trying to get you to take action, then there's going to be no reason for you to do this. So what I want you to do in this video is to read these questions. How does real estate investing impact my current and future family? How does becoming a real estate investor impact my financial future and my family? How does real estate investing help me evolve mentally? How does real estate investing help me follow my passion? How does real estate investing help me make an impact on the world, right? These are meant to be deeper questions to get you excited on waking up in the morning and actually looking at properties and realizing that what you're sacrificing now is meant to help you later. So you're going to take action now. You're going to answer question 2 on the homework, which is here. What is your why? You're going to answer all parts, all the way through F. And then once you're done, you're going to come back here and watch the next video. All right, so now we're going to get into our strategy. At this point, you should have 10, 5, 1 year, and 90-day goals. You should also know why you're getting started, and this is going to help outline us for what we're doing. You're going to take a look at what you want, why you're in real estate. If it's for passive income, if it's for you to make an active income, then there's going to be different strategies for you. I'm going to list out all these niche strategies for fixing, flipping, and buy and hold, and you can take a look at them and decide which ones are going to be best for you. So, new construction flipping, live and flip, regular fix and flip, buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat, luxury home flipping. We also have, under buy and hold, house hacking, the BRRRR method, short-term rental, rental arbitrage, turnkey rentals, long-term rentals, rent by the room, month-to-month rentals, and medium-term rentals. So I created this new document for you called the Strategy Picker Guide, and I want you to take a look at it and read the description for each one. So we'll go through a little bit just to show you. So if new construction, just so you know what new construction flipping is, it's when you buy a piece of land or vacant property and you knock down what's there and then you build on top of it. Once it's built, you sell it for profit. So it's type of flipping. And now I've given descriptions as to why you might be the type of person to do new construction flipping. You might want to make a lot of money within within a year or two because sometimes the new builds take a longer time. Maybe the area you're investing in has little restrictions to building, which usually means that it's a lower cost. The area that you're buying in is underdeveloped, right? There's a lot of vacant open land. You want to flip properties and you don't want to make mistakes. Buying a new build property is the best thing you could do to flip because you're always going to get the top dollar of the market because it's a brand new house. You're either a builder or maybe you know a builder or you're willing to network with one. These are all things that I would check off. Like if that's me, I'm checking this off, I'm checking this off, I'm checking this off because that's me. And you're going to do this for all of them. I'm going to just go through and give you the high level of all of them. Live and flip, that's when you buy a property to live in, but when you're there, you fix it up. This way you increase the value of the house and then you go ahead and you sell it for profit. And then maybe you move into another one. A regular fix and flip is when you buy a house and you fix it up and then you increase the value, you sell it for profit. Luxury home flipping is when you do this at the top of the market, okay? Think like mansions, think like really bougie houses and amazing areas to live in. You don't have a big pool of buyers, but the buyers that you do work with pay a lot of money. So your margins are typically higher. The other method, buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat, is almost it's a mix between renting and flipping. So it's when you buy a house and then you fix it up. But instead of selling it, you get renters in there and then you refinance it. Now that the value is higher, you refinance it and use that money to go ahead and buy another house. It's probably the most difficult method to pull off consistently, but it's doable. It just takes more properties to find. Another one is house hacking. This is similar to live and flip, but instead of living in a property to flip it, you live in a property with other roommates. Maybe you buy a duplex, you live in one side and you rent out the other side, or maybe you buy a single family house and you rent out the other bedrooms. That rent will help cover your mortgage, so you're living there for cheaper. It's a way to save money on rent and to get started. Short-term rental. This is like renting out your property on Airbnb or Vrbo. You rent it out every single month. People come in, they pay you, and you subtract all your monthly expenses. That's what you get. Rental arbitrage. That's when you don't own a property, but you are renting it out on Airbnb from a landlord, like a long-term lease, like a year-long lease, and then you try to find someone to rent it out on Airbnb, and you make the difference between the two. You don't actually own a property in this method. Turnkey rentals are properties that you'll buy from a company where they'll go out, they'll go fix up the property for you, they'll sell it to investors, and then they'll manage it for you. So it's the most passive way that you could do real estate investing, really, is you buy a fixed up property ready and someone else manages for you. But you're going to give up a little bit on the profits there. Long-term rentals are what I basically do, is you buy a property and you rent it out. Pretty simple. Rent by the room rentals. This is like a college town where you rent out each bedroom to each student. Typically, when you do this with people who know each other, or maybe it's in a town where a lot of people are moving there, but you can typically charge a little bit more per bedroom than you would if you totaled up the whole house. Then you have month-to-month rentals. This is for like people who are traveling nurses or people who are coming to an area for like they're remote and they come to an area for work for a little bit, for like a month to be on site, right? That's an example of it. You could typically charge a little bit more than you would for a yearly rental because you're charging at a monthly basis, but you might get some more vacancy. And then an hourly rental is something you can put something on PeerSpace. Like this room that I have, I've put on PeerSpace because it has a camera set up, it has lights set up, and I think that people who want to record content will come in here. But I could charge $100 an hour. If I do that for 30 hours a month, that's $3,000 in income. So there's all these types, and I didn't even go into all the details about all these individual ones. You read these and check off which ones are for you. That's the most important thing you can do. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come back here and figure out what your overarching strategy is. You need to pick one and make sure it aligns with your goals. So you're going to come back to this homework assignment. You're going to pick one. You're going to do question number 3. You're going to pick which goal and then tell me why you chose that strategy. If you don't choose the right strategy, then guess what? It's not going to be a good strategy for you. And you're going to be still overwhelmed. You're going to be undecisive. But if you do this and you decide correctly, a lot of things will become easier because you'll be clear. This is only the first part of our strategy. We're going to keep going through to a lot of other parts of our strategy to be super clear. So I'll catch you in the next one. Okay, so the next part of your strategy is what kind of property you're going to get. Now, there's a lot of different types of properties out there. I'm going to stick with 2 basic ones. Why? Because these are the ones that most beginners will ever start with. Single family home or small multifamily home, meaning 1 to 4 units, a duplex, triplex, quad. I don't suggest you start with anything else because it's more complicated. And if it's more complicated, you'll face more overwhelm and you won't get less done. Okay? You won't get anything done. My goal is for you to just start. You can niche down to other stuff later. So let's talk about pros and cons of single family homes. Single family homes tend to increase in value over time. They appreciate better than multifamily homes because families want to live there. And when you're trying to sell it, it'll be easier to sell because families want to live there. People who are renting also want to live there more because you get the whole garage, you get the whole lawn. It's a little bit more desirable than just having an apartment. The cons are, though, that there's one income source for a property. If you don't get it rented out, then guess what? You make no income from that property. Whereas with a duplex, you have 2 families living there. So if one family isn't renting, renting, at least you still have 50% of the income. So diversify a little bit better with the small multi. It's harder to try to buy with an FHA loan, a single family house, because you have to split the bedrooms with people, and that becomes difficult once you're like past the age of 25 for a lot of people. Also, you tend to earn a little bit less cash flow with the single family home, again, because you can only charge so much per bedroom. It maxes out at a certain point. And then when you're buying a property, a single family home, you're going to be competing with other families. So other families are going to offer so much over. I was trying to buy a house here in Austin. I offered $340 on a house that was $300, and I got outbid by someone at $380, all cash. I was offering FHA. I got destroyed. Why? Because a family thought it at their dream house. Okay, so I lost. So you can't do that as an investor, because then you will lose your money. Now let's talk about small multifamilies. Remember, duplex, triplex, quad. Pro is income diversity. If one unit is gone, like one of your apartments in your duplex is gone, you still have the other one rented, then you're still making money. Like my triplex in Ewing, if 2 of my units are rented out of 3, I'm still covering all my expenses and everything. If one is gone, I'm totally okay, right? I've sheltered myself against bad scenarios. Second is really easy to house hack. You move in one unit and you got the other units and they're totally cool. Do whatever you want. Then they'll also typically earn more cash flow on average. Why? Because if you have a 2-bed, let me just run an example. Let's say in an area, I'll show you the area that I invest in New Jersey, Ewing. A 4-bed house can rent for $2,000, but a 2-bed apartment can rent for $1,500. So if I had 2 beds, that would be $3,000, but a 4-bed can only rent for $2,000, right? So it's better to have 2 beds, same amount of bedrooms, than it is to have 2 bed units. It's better to have that than it is to have a $4,000 house. Now, a pro and a con is that when you're buying a small multifamily home, usually you're only dealing with investors because it's more of an investment type of property. And when you do that, sometimes you'll be dealing with investors who have a lot of cash. That sucks. That's a con, but it's also better because you're all using the same numbers and not everyone can just overbid a lot on the property. Another con is that small multifamily homes aren't as rentable and appreciable as regular single-family homes. Why? Because they don't go up as high on average, because people aren't looking to live there as much as they would a house with a garage and a lawn and all that, right? And as a renter, it's also not as desirable. So what I want you to do is to pick one of these types of properties. Why? So we can be extra clear. And so you're going to do this by answering question 4 on your homework. What kind of property you'll buy, and tell me why. Why does it align with your goals? This is important. Again, we want to be clear. We want to decide from the beginning what is right for us to do. All right? All right, the last part of the first part of our strategy, I know it might be confusing, but we'll get there, is what condition will you buy the house in? So that means, is it going to be in bad shape? Is it going to be in good shape? What you pick will come down to your comfort level, your ability to make repairs, like can you actually do it, and how much money you have on hand. As a beginner, I suggest you start with something with less repairs, because the more problems you have as a beginner, the more difficult it will be to start. So there's 5 options for you. And we'll go through each one. The first one is brand new. Brand spanking new built house. 0 repairs needed, brand new or just recently lived in. It probably was just a flip or new construction. It's going to cost the most to buy. And most families are going to try to buy this. Why? Because they want to live in a brand new house. Who doesn't want to live in a brand new house? I don't live in a brand new house. I want to live in a brand new house. So this might not be the best investment opportunity for you because there's not much to fix up, meaning increasing the value, but also everyone's going to overbid on the house. Second is minor cosmetic repair. So you think like a broken window here or some paint issues, right? Small things. It's new or it's recently fixed up, but there's some things wrong with it. Now, this is not a bad scenario to start in because you can fix a few things. It might not increase the value too much, but you also won't have to have as much competition on the house. It's in a minor cosmetic repair scenario. Third is when a house looks like this. It looks like crap. There's nothing really wrong with it. The foundation's good, the roof is good, but everything looks old. Everything looks not good. This is probably the best sweet spot. It'll take more work to get this done, but you can also increase the value a lot higher without a lot of the headaches that might come from a foundation repair or from siding needing to be done. So you can get it all for a cheaper price this way as well, and there's going to be less competition. A lot of families don't want to buy this house because it's too much work to get done. Next up is structural work. Now it's where we start getting a little complex, and I recommend you have some experience and knowledge for this. If you don't, you better have someone on your team who can guide you properly that you trust. In this example, the wall of the house is falling apart. Who knows what else that can affect, right? I'm not a structural engineer, so I don't know. Or maybe there's a large plumbing problem that stems out to the street. That's a great problem to have, and you could probably get the property pretty discounted for that because you don't know how much it's going to cost. But guess what? You also don't know how much it's going to cost. So you need to make sure that you accurately determine this number before you move into anything. But you can get a better deal this way. And the last is if a house looks like this. One time I actually saw a house that looked like this twice on the same street. It's something that needs someone that needs a lot of experience, or is a builder, someone who could fix it up, no problem, or rebuild on it. There's no salvaging this home, but you can get a severe discount almost down to land value. Okay, so what condition will you buy it in? Based on your experience, what kind of cheaper property you're trying to get, and how many people you have on your team, what kind of cash you have. These are all the things you're going to have to look at. Pick one. So I want you to answer question 5 on your homework here and tell me why you select why it's for you, and I'll catch you in the next one. All right, so now we've gotten to the end of the strategy package. Our goal at the end of the strategy package was to come up with our one-liner. The one line that we'll say to any real estate agent, to a property manager, whatever, that understands who we are and what we do. This way you can feel confident and people will know all about you in one sentence. I'm telling you that this really helps, and I want you to practice saying this over the week to see how it feels. Okay, so you're going to combine what investing strategy, what type of property you were going to buy, and the condition level from before. So, for example, mine would be, I'm a buy and hold investor looking to buy small multifamily homes that at most need major cosmetic repairs. This way you know what my rehab level is, what kind of property I'm looking for, and what my method is. I'm looking for cash flowing properties. Now, combine the answers to the previous 3 questions and come up with yours. So you're going to do that here in this homework assignment, question number 6. You're going to answer number 5, 4, and 3, and use that to come up with the answer for number 6. Now, we're not done. I want you, as you're going along this week, to go ahead and tell at least one person what your one-liner is. Even if it's not a real estate person, when you're having a conversation with a friend, just tell them what your one-liner is. Tell me. Send me an email. Let me know. How does it feel to say the one-liner? Because when I had this breakthrough moment of I needed this clarity, it made me feel clear. It made me know what I was talking about, what I stand behind, and that helped me with my confidence to get my next property. I know in this package we talked about a lot of high-level stuff that wasn't necessarily in the weeds, how to buy a property. Don't worry, we're going to get there in some of the other packages. But stay tuned, and I'll catch you in the next one, the location package. What's up, everyone, and welcome to the location package. In this series, we're going to be talking about how you can find the absolute best city for you to invest in. So let's get to it. So why at this point are we going to start picking a location? All we did was figure out our strategy, figure out like what type of property we're going to buy, what condition we're going to buy it in, all that, right? The problem is that location is a larger part of a strategy, but it's so big that it's its own part. And most beginners are not clear on this step. When I started out, I was in New York City, right? I was not clear on this step. I was thinking that I had to buy in New York. And by looking at the prices in New York, I was like, no way this is even going to make any sense. Like, I'm not going to be able to buy a property and make any money from it. So how would I even do it? So you want to look at this as a larger part of your strategy. And because I didn't know where I was going to invest, I kept bouncing around from Newark, New Jersey to Hamilton, New Jersey to Atlanta, Georgia, all these other places that I heard of that other people were investing in that were good, but I'd never even been there, so I didn't know anything about it. And so without clarity on the step, you're going to be stuck. A key mindset you're going to have when you're going into this is that the perfect location does not exist. We're all looking for heaven on earth when it comes to real estate investing. But I have to tell you that if heaven on earth existed, then the biggest investors who have the most money, who have all the data, who do this full time, who have teams full of people, would have already found it and would have already started investing in it. You, as a beginner, probably want appreciation. You want cash flow. You want it to be the safest neighborhood. You want it to be an area that's going to grow a lot. And I'm sorry, but that's not how it works today. Unfortunately, because a lot of people have bought homes and a lot of people know about real estate investing, you can't just buy any old house in any old location that's really good and have it make sense. You can't do that. Instead, you need to buy cheap houses in cheaper locations. And if you're going to do that for cash flow, if you want to buy fix and flip, you need to buy cheap houses in more expensive locations. So if you spend all your time trying to find heaven, you're never going to find it. So what we need to do is optimize for one outcome. Focus is powerful. We talked about this last time. If you do two things at once, you're going to get neither. This quote from Publius Cyrus. You want to pick a location because you're prioritizing one of the two goals, either appreciation or cash flow. And based on your strategy, you are going to pick one of the outcomes. I've noticed that even though I might say that I want rental property investing, it was hard for me to commit to just cash flow because appreciation is this sexy thing that a lot of other people want. So you have to answer this question. What is your goal with real estate investing? Is it to make cash flow? Then cash flow. If it's to fix and flip properties and make active income, then it's appreciation. You should be focusing on that. All right, so let's get into how to actually find a location. I'm not going to BS you. You're going to get the actual actionable steps on how to do this. So the first thing we need to do is start brainstorming. We need to come up with a list of towns or cities that you want to invest in. And what we're going to do is ask yourself a few questions just to get your brain going, just to start figuring out what the right places are for you. So we're going to create a list of cities. The first question, what areas have you lived in before? For me, it would be New York. It would be Marlboro, New Jersey. It would be Ewing, New Jersey. It would be Austin, Texas. Those are all the places I've lived, right? What areas have you worked in? For me, it's Princeton, New Jersey. I've worked in New York City, and I've worked in Austin. What areas have you visited or still visited frequently? I've visited a lot of places now, but I'd start jotting all of them down. Any ideas of areas that you've heard that are growing like crazy? You want to be on the forefront of what other people are saying as well. And are there other areas that you know other people are investing? This is pretty easy. You can go to Bigger Pockets and see anyone that is investing in any of these areas. So these questions are meant to start jogging your brain. Another thing you could do is start going to blog posts and start looking best cities to invest this year. A lot of them don't really use the right data points, but it starts jogging your brain to start thinking of cities for you to start looking at. So do this, start coming up with the brainstorming, and what you're going to do is write the answer to all of the cities in your compare location research document, okay? You're going to go under many city comparison and start writing down all of the cities that you have here. This is going to be your list of where you're going to find all the data, right? We're going to do some heavy data stuff. So you're going to write all this in here. And once you're done brainstorming the cities, come back to the list and come back to the videos, and I will start telling you how to find each data point individually. All right, let's talk about how the location process is going to work. I need you to pay attention to this part because this matters a lot based off of how you're going to start thinking about these cities. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at each individual data point. This way you can feel confident about a location and understand why it's a good place for you to invest. Because a lot of people, the way they pick is like, I hear Austin, Texas is a good place to invest, and they invest there. Bad idea. We need data points. We need proof that things are moving in the right direction, because why? You don't want to make a mistake. And I don't want you to make a mistake either. I want you to make cash flow. So our goal is to make everything into numbers, quantifiable. See, numbers are not based in emotion. They're not based in anything other than logic. So you can't argue with numbers. When the numbers tell you a story, they tell you a story, and you can't argue with that story. Again, we don't want to leave it up to feeling rather than logic, and it'll help you reduce overwhelm because the numbers will just tell you what you need to do. And you might want to go against the numbers, but I promise you, if you do, it might be a bad decision. So what we're going to do, this whole process, we're going to talk about, I have a few different ways of doing this. We have city level research, which is what we're doing. And if you'd like, you can do neighborhood level research by looking at different neighborhoods and comparing the data points in different neighborhoods. A lot of people don't need to do this because that is a little bit more detailed. You can get neighborhood information just by talking to real estate agents and stuff. So you don't need to do that much work because this process is a lot of work. But the data that you get here is going to be for city level only, not state by state, city level. Also, the actual data that we find doesn't actually matter. It doesn't. What does matter is the comparison of the data. I want to give you an example so you understand what I'm saying. Let's say I go back and forth between Austin and New Jersey a lot, and I'm trying to lose weight. So let's say I step on my scale in Austin in the morning, and it says I'm 188. I'm 188 pounds. I'm trying to lose weight. The next morning, I step on the same scale, and it says I'm 187. I think that you and I can both agree that I lost weight. Why? Because I stepped on the same scale in the same environment. Yeah, I lost weight. But let's say I decided I stepped on the scale one morning, I was 188. And then the next morning, I fly to New Jersey overnight, and I go to there and I weigh myself on that scale and another scale in New Jersey, and it says I'm 187. Can we say for a fact that I lost weight? No, because we're using a different scale. As long as you use the same data sources for each city, there's no problem with using maybe not the most accurate data. And the reason why I'm using these data sources because I had to find free data sources for all of you. There are paid data sources, like I pay for one, $4,000 a year. I don't think a lot of you want to spend $4,000 a year, so I'm giving you the free versions, which may not be the most accurate, but they will be the same scale for you to decide on this. So let's move forward. The first data point that we got to look at is crime rate, okay? Crime rate is a number representing the level of crime in an area. The higher the crime rate, the worse it is in an area. The lower the crime rate, the better. Why is this important? Crime means that an area is unsafe. If it's unsafe, that means there's more murders, rapes, robberies, break-ins, whatever it is, right? And if the area is unsafe, that means you're going to have more problems to deal with as a landlord. That means your property might get broken into. There might be a shooting at your property. One of my friends, he woke up one morning and found out that there was a stabbing in his property. So that's because he invested in a high crime area. People are less likely to pay rent in these areas. Why? Because they're unsafe. They're unhappy with where they live. There's things going on. They might not be the most financially responsible people. Also, people aren't going to want to live there. The demand for someone wanting to live in a bad area is not a good thing. You don't want to live there. And so the demand is going to be low, which means you might have some higher vacancy. And you're not going to be able to charge top of market rent. Also, your property values are probably not going to go up unless if that area starts getting cleaned up. If the area starts getting cleaned up, then don't worry. Your property value is going to go up a lot. But the opposite happens. If the area is safe, fewer problems. You won't have people breaking in. You won't have to worry about the cops calling you in the middle of the night about something going on. So fewer problems, fewer headaches. That's great. Also, higher quality tenants, right? People that are willing to pay rent on time, people that are looking forward to actually living in your property because it's a decent property and things aren't going wrong. So they're going to stay longer, which means you'll have less vacancies, you'll have less problems. And then also the rents will go up faster over time and the value of the home will go up faster over time because it's in a desirable area, a more desirable area than some of the other ones. And there's a scale in real estate, okay? Typically, every neighborhood will be rated from an A, B, C, or D scale. A is something that is like your most bougie neighborhoods, right? Mansions, that kind of stuff. That's an A. A B neighborhood is one with pretty nice houses, all single family homes, right? Nothing crazy, definitely no crime or very low crime. A C neighborhood is more of a low income neighborhood, still low crime, good people, just low income. A D neighborhood is like a war zone, okay? You don't want to go there in the middle of the night, that kind of thing. So you want to avoid D areas and you want to avoid A areas. You typically want to stay B or C. I like C because cash flow is higher. So let's talk about how you can actually find it. Let's go to citydata.com and let's pick a city just for our example today. Let's use Temple, Texas. Temple, Texas is a good example because it's about an hour north of me and I hear good things about it. It's visitable and the property values are low enough where it might make sense for me to buy. So you scroll down or you could search crime. So what we're going to look at is this table right here. It says crimedata.com city index. So it talks about all different types here. And you just got to look at this number on the bottom. And I'm looking at to see what is going on. So it went up a little bit, went down, went down, went down, went up a little bit, 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 and then went down. So I'd say its history is a little bit mixed. It's been going up, it's been going down, it's been going up, it's been going down. Now, just to give you, put things in perspective, the average in the country is 270.6. So the average crime rate in Temple is 225.7. So I'd write that down here, 225.7. And that's perfect. 225.7. So that's how you find the crime rate. Okay, so your action item in this video is to find the crime rate for your city. So all the cities you have on this list. What I want you to do is to copy it, go to citydata.com, search it, and find it just like we did for Temple. But fill this out for each one. Once you've done that, then come back to the next video. All right, so now we're going to move on to our second data point, unemployment rate. Unemployment rate is basically a percentage of people in an area who don't have a job. The higher this number, the worse it is. The lower this number, the better it is. Lower the number, that means more people have jobs. Higher number means more people are not employed. This matters because the more people that have jobs, the more money that they have for rent. Very simple. And if they have money from a job and they have a job, typically they could buy a home, which is important because if people can buy a home, that will drive demand for home prices. If home prices go up, your appreciation will go up. If people have money for a job, then guess what? They can pay rent, and means rent will go up over time as well. So the lower the unemployment rate, that means more people will want to move there because there's more jobs, more things to do, that kind of thing. There's less crime because people who have jobs typically don't need to break into places to make money. And more people have money for rent. On the other hand, higher unemployment, which means less people have jobs, means less people might not want to live there because there's less things to do for them. It's associated with more crime because people don't have money coming into them, and less people can pay rent. So we need to find now the unemployment rate. And what we're going to do is go back to citydata.com, and I have Temple, Texas still open. What I like to do is do a quick search for unemployment. So it'll give you the unemployment rate in Temple, Texas, comparatively to the entire state of Texas. But in November 2020, 6.4%. I know it's not the most up to date, but that's okay. 6.4%. So that's the unemployment rate. And we are going to move on now. And what I want you to do is to do this for all of your cities, okay? So go back to this list, take all the other cities, and add your cities to the list with all of the data that you have available for the unemployment rate. Go find them, each one, and then put them into here. Once you're done with that, you can come back into the next video and we'll talk about the next data point. All right, so the next data point we're going to be looking at is population growth. Sorry for anyone that lives in Nebraska that gets offended by this, but it's a joke. So basically, population growth, all it is a percentage depicting how many people are moving to or from an area. If this number is positive and high, that's a good sign that people are going to move there. And that's good for you in a few different ways. If the number is low or negative, if it's negative, it's bad. If it's low, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. Just want to keep it above zero, ideally. So if it's a high population growth, meaning positive and high, it shows that more people want to live there. If more people want to live there, you'll have rent prices go up over time. You'll have home prices go up over time. And you probably have low vacancy because a lot of people are going to be moving there. Like here in Austin, the population growth is so high that people are moving into houses with strangers all the time because it's cheaper to do than living on your own, and people could use to afford to save a little bit of money. Now, if there's lower population growth, meaning people are moving out over time, that means less people are going to want to live there because people that are eventually not going to want to live in your property over time, lower demand and lower rents over time. Because less people, less demand, lower rent. And you might have a little bit more vacancy. So how do we find population growth? Go to this website here, usa.com/rank. And search up your city. I'm going to stick with our example, Temple, Texas. All right, Temple, Texas population growth. This is the number you're going to write in here. Let me zoom in. This one, 26.35% population growth over the year. And so I'm going to come here and type in 26.35%. Now, what you need to do is do this for all of your cities on your list. Continue, go to usa.com/rank, look for all of them, add them up, put them all in here, and then come back to me for the next data point. All right, welcome back to the next video. Today we're going to be talking about how to find the price to rent ratio, okay? What the price to rent ratio is a percentage used to show how much money you can get in the rent price, you can get in the rent for the price the home costs. The reason why this matters is because this basically can tell you at a high level if an area makes more sense to buy than it does to rent. The better the ratio, the more rent you'll get, and the higher the chances you'll actually make cash flow, which is actually important. It basically shows you, will I have a high probability of finding a home on the market that will make me money today? Now, if you don't get a good price to rent ratio, then you're going to minimize the chance of you finding a good cash flowing home. So let me show you here. The price to rent ratio equals the median home price divided by the median annual rent. So we have to do a little bit of math here, and I'm going to show you exactly what we need to do. So let's talk about how to find it. So you're going to go to this website. It's a lot of directions, so stay tuned for this. You're going to go to this website, zillow.com/research/data, go to home values, and then you're going to search for this data type, all right? And you're going to select city and click download and download the spreadsheet, all right? So let's do that. I've already downloaded it to save some time, but you want to select this one. Make sure city is selected. Under zillow.com/research/data, click download, all right? Then my downloads are going to show you this one. All right. So this is the spreadsheet that you'll be looking at. Now, what you need to do is find the median home price. So what we're going to do is first by clicking view, and then we go to freeze top row, because we want to make sure that we see this top row here. Now, the important thing you want to take note is that you see this every single month. This is January 2000. All right. It has all the home prices in every single city around the United States, month by month by month. Look at that. The average home price in New York was $253 in 2000. Just goes to show how much inflation screws us as a country to buy a property. So we're going to search the city that we're looking for. Let's go to Temple. There we go. Temple, Texas. And so what we're going to do is I'm skipping all the way to the last row that they have available. August 31st, 2022. So this number right here, 280,635. That's the number we need because that's the median home price. So we're going to write that in here. The median home price here, 280,635. So that's the median home price. Now you're going to do that process for all of the cities that you have. Write down the median home price. We're not going to pause the video because we also need to find the rent price for each one. So that was only the first 7 steps, right? We wrote the average sales price. Now we need to do the second part of finding the price to rent ratio. So we need to go to this website, Zumper.com/rent research. Now, this last part of the URL, city/state. This is what you need to change. I had to hack this URL to find a way to get the rent prices for you guys. But this is what you need to change in order to actually find the rent prices. So the way it works, and the directions are here, is you need to be able to search Temple-TX. So it's the city name -TX. Now, let's say your city name has 2 words like Little Rock. You might do Little-Rock-AR. So city name, state abbreviation. City name, state abbreviation. So I click enter. Temple, Texas. Now, what we need to do is get the average. Remember our formula over here. Our formula is price to rent ratio equals median home price, which we have, divided by the median annual rent price. So we're going to look at the median annual rent price available for Temple, Texas. Now, there's multiple types of property values in Temple, Texas. So we're going to need a calculator on hand. And so we're going to start looking. We're going to write down what a studio is. So it says a studio is $1,825. That's insane. $1,825 for a studio in Temple, Texas. So I wrote that down. Then I'm going to add a 1-bed, $1,025. A 1-bed is cheaper than a studio. There might just be a low amount of studio prices there. So 2-bed plus $1,288. A 3-bed plus $1,695. And a 4-bed plus $2,070. So our total rent was $7,903. Now, I understand how rent works a little bit better than most people, but basically, it seems like there's not that many studios available in Temple, which is why this median rent price seems high. So I'm going to take this out of my calculation because I think it'll throw off my numbers. So for your case, I'm going to use just the 1-bed number, the 2-bed number, the 3-bed number, and the 4-bed number, and I added those up. That's $6,078. Now, in order to get the monthly rent, I divide that by 4 to get the average over all types. That's $1,519.50. So the average rent's $1,000. I'm going to write that here, $1,519.5. Now, what we need to do is calculate the price to rent ratio. Okay, so price to rent ratio is the average rent, the median home price, divided by this number times 12. I already have the formula in the sheet, so it should automatically update for you. 15.39. That is what our price to rent ratio is for Temple, Texas. Now, what you need to do is to fill in all of the average rents for your cities. I know it's a little bit of work, but guys, this work is important for us to figure out the right places. 15.39 was the average price to rent ratio for the city. Now, what does that even mean? What does 15.39 mean? That's a great question. The higher the price to rent ratio, the worse your ability to find a cash flowing property. Higher price to rent ratio is worse. We want lower price to rent ratio. So for example, the price to rent ratio in Temple, Texas is better than Boulder, Colorado. It's a lot easier to find a cash flowing property in Temple than it is to find in Boulder. Why? Because there's higher rent prices compared to the home prices. So as an investor, you want to find places with lower price to rent ratio. So what you're going to do, your action item for this video is to go through, find all the median home prices through this spreadsheet. Then you're going to go through, keep changing this URL, keep adding all the rent prices, and then come back here and add all the rent prices up. This is the monthly rent, and then it'll automatically multiply by 12 to get the annual rent, and that'll set your price to rent ratio here. Awesome. Once you've done that, then come back to the next video and we'll talk about the next data point. All the other data points will be a lot easier to calculate from here on out. All right, so next up we have property taxes. What are property taxes? They're taxes you have to pay to the local and state government when you buy a property for the land that you own and the house that you own on the land. They will determine magically what they think it's worth, which is usually less than what it actually is worth to the market, and then you'll have to pay a percentage. I think the average when you add up all the states was like 1.3% of the property value, the tax assessed value, which is different than the value that they have. But why does this matter? Because as a landlord, as an owner, any expense of the property hurts our profitability. So states and cities where property taxes are higher hurts the amount of profit we can make. The lower the property taxes, the better. So we want to find a city where property taxes are lower because this will affect our cash flow. So how do we find it? There's a website right here. Go to smartasset.com, head over there, and I'm going to search Temple, Texas for our example. Temple, Texas, 1.8%. Texas property taxes typically are a little bit higher than a lot of other places. So 1.8%. All right. So what you're going to do is look up all of your cities on your list, and you're going to put the property taxes in here, and I'll catch you in the next one. The next data point we'll need is how friendly is the state towards landlords versus towards tenants. Every state has their own set of laws, and even some cities have their own set of laws. But mostly it comes down to the state level from what I've seen. And they have them regarding quickly you can go check on your property, how much you can charge in security deposit, how much you can increase the rent, right? New York City has things like rent control and things like security deposit. So it's important because as a landlord, you would like to invest in more landlord-friendly states. States that will favor you in terms of handling disputes compared to tenants versus a more tenant-friendly state would be better for the tenant. Now, to give you an example, during COVID, I was not able to evict one of my tenants who we tried to work with on the rent. We sat down, we came up with a payment plan. I inherited her from a previous property owner. She didn't pay. Then we sat down with her again and said, hey, can you stick to this plan? She said, yeah, sure. I had lost my job for a little bit, but now I'm back on it again. I could pay. Doesn't stick with it. I'm 10 months behind on rent, and I finally was able to evict her 2 years later. Why? Because the laws in New Jersey were against landlords during COVID. And so it's especially more important now for you to focus on this. I didn't realize how bad it would be before COVID, but now I made that mistake before COVID, and now I won't make it again. So I'm going to invest in more landlord-friendly states. That's why in Arkansas, as you can see, it's one of the more landlord-friendly states. I invest there. So how do you actually find it? So we're going to use this graph, and it's mostly accurate from what I've seen. The only one that I would stay away from and maybe bump its score would be the New York score. It's saying that New York is pretty landlord-friendly, and I think it might have used to been. I might change this to something like a 62.5 like in New York or Pennsylvania or New Jersey. And just so you know, not every city in the state will follow the same laws. Like I know Scranton, Pennsylvania is more landlord friendly than not. So ultimately, if it comes down to if a state is or city is landlord friendly, you can always call up a property manager there and have a discussion with them on how are the laws for tenants. So let's say for sake of example, we're going to use Temple, Texas again. I'm going to write down Texas is pretty landlord friendly. It says the score is 37.5. In this case, we want something lower. Okay, so I'm going to go here, 37.5. The lower, the better on this scale. Now, what you're going to do is go look up all the other states that you have for the cities that you have and write them in the spreadsheet and then come back to me for the next one. All right, so you did all the data. Now what do? Well, how do you read this mess? Okay, so if you haven't yet, make sure to get all the data points for all of your cities because we can't do this video without that. So what we're going to do is we're going to rank each column and give them a score. Once we get the score for each factor, then we are going to give each city an overall score. And the city with the lowest overall score is theoretically the one with the best data points for you. And I want to go over how this works as a whole. So I came up with this flow chart. So most of you will have no idea where to invest. So you're going to do this process known as many city research, which is what we're doing right now. You're going to rank the cities on data and what you know. If you would like a deeper opinion and you just want more data, you can go do this deeper city research process, which will cover some of the data points after this set. And then you'll rank those cities, and then you can go back to getting a deeper opinion. If you don't want data and you want information from human beings, you can call agents or investors and property managers in the area, and they'll give you insight that the data might not give you. And then I just want to highlight one thing. If you speak to property managers, real estate agents, and investors, the challenge is that you may speak to someone and they may have had a bad time investing in the area. And so everything they're going to tell you is negative. Or maybe they're an agent and they want you to invest in the area because they're hungry for business. So they're going to tell you everything's better than it actually is. So the reason why I suggest using data all the time is because data doesn't have that feeling behind it, doesn't have a story behind it that someone else was affected by. So if you use data, it's more accurate than human beings. But if you use human beings, make sure to take everything with a grain of salt. So then you can even do neighborhood research if you like, and you keep going. Ultimately, in the end, you should go invest, and you should have a copy of this as well, of how to do the location research. So going back to it, let's go over this process. So what we're going to do is we are going to rank this column of crime rate and come up with a score. So what we're going to do is we are going to sort A to Z. So the crime score should be 1 down to 8. This is the lowest and this is the highest. Edison, New Jersey has the lowest crime rate. Memphis has the highest. So now we're going to sort A to Z on this column, and we're going to come up with 1 to 8. So as you can see, we're starting to get scores for each factor. This is going to be pretty simple because I've set up the spreadsheet in a way to make it pretty simple. So population growth, though, we want a higher score. So we're going to do Z to A. Just so you know, it's already in order here. Perfect. Home prices. We want lower home prices, so we're going to go A to Z. And then we're going to drag and drop this, which is going to give us our score. We're going to do the same thing for rents. We want higher rents, so we're going to do Z to A. Then we want lower price to rent ratios, so we are going to A to Z, and we're going to drag and drop that. Property taxes, we want lower property taxes, so we are going to sort this column A to Z, and we are going to do that. And then landlord friendliness, we want lower landlord friendliness. So we're going to sort this column A to Z. And we are going to, didn't mean to do that. We're going to sort this A to Z. Not what we wanted. We want this to be 1. And then if it's 1, we want this to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So now your overall score should be the lowest number is the best. And so we're going to sort our sheet based off of this column from A to Z. So the lowest score city is Boulder, Colorado. Now, this is when you start looking a little bit deeper. If you're investing for cash flow, you're going to see, okay, the crime rate is pretty good in Boulder. The unemployment rate is pretty low in Boulder. Population growth is good. Home price extremely high. The rent price is second highest. That's decent. But the price to rent ratio is way too high. You won't cash flow at a 32.88%. So looking at it, you might just say, I can't look at Boulder, Colorado for that exact scenario. So we're going to look at second on the list, Jacksonville, Florida. Crime rate is a little bit higher. It's second worst, but if we remember, the national average is 270, so it's not that bad. Unemployment rate is a little bit higher. It's only third on our list. Population growth is high, which is good. Double digits. Home price is still sub 300, which is good. Rent price is not the best, 15, but it could get better. So property taxes are below 1%. That's good, which will help our cash flow. It's landlord-friendly state. That's good. And so our score is 30. That might be a good place to invest. So if I'm looking purely on the numbers, I'm going to just look at Jacksonville, Florida and say, that's where I'm going to invest. Now, you need to watch out. The reason why I didn't just go purely off of the score is because we need to make sure that things are going to work for us in our favor. So we want to make sure that the price to rent ratio is good. And you want somewhere around a 15 or lower. We didn't pick the best cities on this list to show you what cash flows and what doesn't. And some of this data isn't updated. It's from like a few months ago. So this home price is probably higher, which will make this worse. So there's a lot of different factors that'll go into this. All I'm saying is that you want to make sure that you use the numbers first. Then after the numbers, you look at it yourself. You look a little bit deeper. This process of thinking, this process of looking at it is really, really important. Now, guys, if for some reason you don't want to do all of this, then I do this for you in your personalized investment plan. If you'd like that, I'll leave a link to that somewhere here. Otherwise, it's plan.investarters.com. As of right now, that site might change. But basically, I'll do all the research for you. I'll pick a strategy for you. I will find real estate agents in that city for you, and I'll find lenders for you if you don't want to do any of this work. But this is the work that's needed to really find a city that's cash flowing and making sure that everything is working well for you. So once you've done that, come back, and if you want to do more deeper research, we'll talk about that. All right, so there's other information you could use to make an even deeper, more informed decision, but the problem with some of this is that it's a little bit more qualitative, meaning it's not all numbers, and it's a little bit more up to interpretation, but it can give you a bigger picture for you. So insurance rates. If you remember why high property taxes were bad, insurance is the same thing. The higher the insurance for a property, the more it's going to cost you every single month, which is going to eat into your profitability. So we want lower insurance rates. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to this URL, and we are going to scroll down to this part of the page where it looks at a zip code you have and dwelling. The dwelling is how much it costs. So the first part you have to do is you need to figure out what zip code you're going to just look at for a high level. If you just pick any zip code in your city, this is good enough just to get an idea. So we're going to go enter city to find city and state. So remember, we're doing Temple, Texas, city and state, and then we got Texas. Fine. All right, so it's going to give us all the zip codes in Temple. All right, so I'm just going to pick this one, 76501. So I'm going to come here, and our average home price, if we go back to the compare your location research of Temple, was 280. So we're going to go somewhere around 300 just to get an idea of how much. 300, because that's closer. Let's just stick liability and just click search. So it's saying that the average rate is 2,941. Now, I've noticed not to be the most accurate. The best way for you to do it is to call up an insurance agent and get a quote on a $300,000 house. But we're going to just go with the average because a lot of you are not going to want to call up. So you right here, you go to the deeper city comparison thing on the side, Temple, Texas, and you could copy all the previous information over. But what we're going to do is go to insurance rates and type in that number. This is how much the insurance will cost you. Now, you can do this for all the other cities that you had here. You can just copy these cities over. You're good to go. And you'd fill in the insurance rates. Now, you can do this for all the cities you have and what you would like to do. And then we'll move on to the next one. So next up are transportation options. This is basically just a list of transportation options in the area. The reason why New York City was so good for so many people is because there's so many transportation options. You have walking. A lot of people walk everywhere. I used to walk a lot of places. You have the subway, which goes almost nearly everywhere in the city. Great. You have train systems that take you out of the city to New Jersey, to Connecticut, to New York, to even some to Pennsylvania. You have 3 airports in the area. You have biking systems. You have scooters. You have Uber and taxi. The only thing that you really don't do in New York City is drive, mostly. But so the more transportation options the city has, the better. Every city that's grown needs transportation options to get people around to make it easier. You also have a bus system in New York. The less transportation options, the harder it's going to be for anyone who doesn't have a car to live there. So we want to find the best transportation options. So simply, you're going to go to Google Maps. And so this, again, is a little bit of a not exact process, but we're going to try to make it as exact as possible. So you're going to go to Google Maps. And so what you want to find is the biggest employer in a city that you're looking at. So biggest employer in Temple, Texas. So major employers, Baylor Scott and White Health. Let's look at where Baylor, Scott, and White is. So look, there's a bunch of them actually. I am just going to pick one. The center of Temple's right here. And so I'm going to pick this one. Now I'm going to click directions because I want to get directions to there. And I don't want to do from my location. Let's say I ended up picking this zip code was where I was going to invest, 76501. So what I'm going to do now is write down each of the options I have available to me to drive there. So transportation options, I'm going to write out, let's see what we got. We got car, 14 minutes. And if you wanted to be even more specific, you could do depart at, and you could pick a day, Thursday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so you see 14 to 18 minutes. So this is the format I want you to write it in. Car, 15 minutes. So it's simple. So we're going to go here and go to car. We'll go 16 minutes because that's the average between the two. And then we got, let's see if there's any transit. no trains, walking. I don't think anyone's going to walk 7.4 miles. Biking 40 minutes, that's doable. So we go back here and say bike 40 minutes. This is really just to get an idea of what transportations are available, how well the transportation system is there. Because if it's really good, then you would find that there was a train system or a bus system there. There was no transit, no bus, no train, and no airport, so we were kind of screwed, and we just have car and bike. So it might not be the best transportation option-wise, but it's an idea of what you can do. So you're going to repeat this process for any city that you're in. You're going to open up Google Maps. You're going to find the biggest employers in that area, find where they are, do the directions from one zip code in that area just to get an idea of where things are. Like I said, it's not an exact process, but we try to make it as exact as possible for us to figure out what transportation options are available. All right, so the next thing we can look at are major businesses in the area. Major businesses are important because all we're looking for is a list of major businesses in the town. This is important because businesses have their own research teams like McDonald's, Starbucks, Chipotle. They have real estate teams that look at these same trends that we're looking at and try to decide, all right, we're going to add a Chipotle right here because we think that a lot of people are moving there. We think the jobs are coming. We think this is going to be a great place to do business. If they think it's a great place to do business, then that means they think people are moving there. That means they think that there's going to be people with money to spend there. That makes it seem like that there's going to be more demand and more money for them. So basically, if there's more businesses in the area, they think there's going to be more demand and increase in prices for your home, which means less vacancy and good things for you. Also, those businesses bring jobs that will hopefully be able to pay you rent. Less major businesses in the area typically means that there's not much going on. There's less outside investment, and it could be that the area just hasn't been discovered yet or that it's just on the early part of a come up, but it's a typically good sign to have some of those businesses around. So how do we actually find this information? Trulia gives us a lot of it for free. So we're going to go to Trulia, and I'm going to show you exactly what we're going to be looking for here. So let's say you go to Temple, Texas. Search. So I'm going to pick any house in Temple, Texas. You click on a house, and under local information, you go shop and eat. Then you can click on this to make it larger. And so what it's going to do is highlight to you all of the different businesses in the area. And what I'm going to looking for is anything that you know that is popular. So far, a lot of these are small businesses, small businesses, small businesses. All right, seems like a lot of things in the town are more towards this way. We're going to have a little bit bigger of a list here. H-E-B, that's a big grocery store in Texas. That's a good sign. Starbucks, that's a good sign. Cinemark, that's a movie theater. So we have a few different options. So all of these things is a good sign. Now, if you were doing neighborhood research, this would be a good thing for you to do to look at the neighborhood to see what's going on in the neighborhood. And so if I'm you and I'm doing this research for Temple, I would jot down what I've seen. Starbucks, Twin Liquors, H-E-B, and so on and so on. You might just look at the top 15 or 20 just to get an idea of what businesses are in the area, and if there aren't any, that's good. So the more that there are, the better, and the more popular their name, the better. So you can do this for every single city that you have on your list. Then come back to the next video. All right, and then the next data point is schooling. What is schooling? All we're looking for is an average rating of the schools in the area. And this is important because parents will do anything for their kids. They'd be willing to move to a better area, even if it costs more, just to put their kids in a better situation. So if the schools are better, parents are going to want to move there, which means you'll have families there, which are typically good tenants, unless if they're bad families, and which means you'll have a higher demand. If you have a higher demand, rent prices go up, home prices go up. People will do a lot to be closer to a better school. If the schools are worse, it might affect your home prices, it might affect your rent prices. It's not always going to affect it. Like Austin itself is known for having bad schools in this area, but that didn't stop the home prices from going up. Now, if the schools were amazing in Austin, do you think that they'd be higher? Probably. So again, this is not an exact process, but what we're going to do is go back to Trulia and try to come up with average rating for the area. So we're going to look up Temple. Let's just click on the same house we had before. We're going to go to schools in the area. Okay, we're going to open it up. And we're just going to go to all types so this way we get access to all the schools. And I'm just going to look at the top 10 and I'm going to start adding them up. All right, so we have the calculator. So I'm going to add this one, the 4 out of 10, the 3 out of 10, the 5 out of 10. So let me just add that real quick. 4 plus 3 plus 5 plus 4 plus 6. I think you'll realize that a lot of people rate schools lowly because parents get angry. Plus 7 plus 5 plus 3 plus 5 plus 3 equals. So, okay, so we have a 45. We did 10 schools and they're all rated out of 10. So we're going to divide this by 10 to get what our average out of 10 number was because we used 10 numbers for it. So our average school rating in Temple would be 4.5. Now you can do this for all the other ones. That's what your action item is for this video. So do this for all the other ones. But if you were the type of person who wants to do neighborhood research, it's really good for you to zoom in on a neighborhood to see what the schools are like. That would be a good idea to give you, is this neighborhood better than others? So do this and then come back to me for the next one. So once you have the school ratings in, that's it. You're done. You have all the data you need. Now, let's say you filled out both of these whole sheets and you're still not sure. What you can do is you can reach out to property managers, real estate agents, and investors. Use this flow chart to decide where you are and help that determine what you need to do next. Now, guys, I know this is going to feel scary for you, especially if you picked a place out of state. What I would like you to do is, if you're nervous about it, pick an area. You have two options. One, you can go visit the area for a week. Take a week off from work or work remotely for the week. And then in your nighttime, go visit these neighborhoods in the city, just so you can get a good idea of what it's like. It'll cost you maybe $500 to $1,000, but it will be great for you to understand what it's like and you can meet the people in the area. That's one option you have. The other option is that you can do it all remotely, call people, look online, and that can make you feel comfortable. And a third option would be to screw this whole thing and look for a city somewhere within a drive from you, a 2 to 4 hour drive, which will make you feel more comfortable. But I can promise you that once you get past the hurdle of doing this, it'll become a lot easier for you to do it. I invest out of state. I know tons of other investors invest out of state. One of my best friends was from San Francisco, never been to Memphis, has 25, 30 properties in Memphis. Now he moved to Austin. He still hasn't been to Memphis, and it's been 3 years since he started. So it's totally possible for you to do this out of state. And I know it's going to feel scary for you to commit to a city, but I need you to commit to a city, because without committing to a city, everything else past this step becomes difficult. And just so you know, even if you commit to a city right now, you can always go back and change it. You're not stuck investing in that city for the rest of your life. I currently invest in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different cities, and I have 7 properties, right? I kind of screwed myself, but it's complicated. You don't have to do it that complicated. But you can always change a city once you invest once, or if you started going down a rabbit hole, you could always change it again. So I want you to have that mindset to make sure moving forward. This is not an action step video. Well, the action step is make sure that you actually pick a city, because I know a lot of you will go through this and then you'll get stuck here. This is me talking to you one-on-one. Pick the city. We need you to do this in order to move forward, all right? I appreciate you listening to me, and I'll catch you in the funding package so you can learn more about what you can do to start getting this property money-wise. In this package, we're going to be talking about all of the different ways you can get money for a rental property. We're going to be talking about how to track your income, your expenses, how to get partners, and all of that. So let's get into it. So first off, you just picked the location. Hopefully you got that city narrowed down based on data. Once you've done that, the next thing you need to do, that's a larger part of your strategy, is picking out what type of funding you're going to get for a rental property. Because honestly, a rental property costs money. I know there's a lot of videos out there that talk about $0 down. But the truth is that the money has to come from somewhere. And if you don't figure out and get clear on how you can actually get the funding based on your personal situation, then you're never going to figure out how to actually get there. You're never going to get your first property. And depending on your situation, it's going to be different. And all of these factors are going to change over time depending on how much money you have, your experience level, your credit score, if you have a job or not. And so let's get into all the different ways of doing that. The common excuse I hear when I talk to beginners, and something that I also dealt with too, was that I don't have the funds to buy an investment property right now. They may have 20,000, they may have 5,000, they may have 100,000, but typically people will say the same thing. And if you look at their spending habits, they find ways to spend thousands of dollars on other things. I do the same thing. I make a mistake and I spend money on a lot of things. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I spend money on Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. I spend money on technology. This camera that you see, it's really cool. I love it. But I spend money on those things. Why don't I spend money on real estate, right? That is the question, that why aren't you prioritizing some of the money that you have to go to real estate, even if it's a very small amount? So most people aren't saving for a specific target. So they get stuck in what is known as the saving and waiting phase. I was here for 4 years. This is when you think you need a certain amount of money and you don't actually know how much money you need. because you don't know where to start. You haven't picked the location. You haven't picked the strategy. And so you just keep reading books and then you save a little bit of money from your job, but there's never really a goal. It's not like I need $21,000 to get started. I would go to the meetups and tell people, yeah, I'm just saving and waiting right now. I'm getting started. And you're probably doing the same thing, which is what led you to my page to begin with. So what we need to come up with is a savings target, a goal of how much money we need to get. And we have to do a few things to get there, okay, and figure out how long it's going to take us to get there at the current rate we're at. Without the target, you don't know how much you'll need, and then you'll be aimlessly saving and not know where you'll get to because you don't have a specific number. That's just a reiteration of the point. Zig Ziglar quote, as you can tell, I got a couple of these. If you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. You'll keep not getting a property because you're not really aiming at a specific number. So let's do some math. The first thing we need to figure out is how much you really need to invest. This is our savings target. This is going to be a specific number that's going to be as close to possible for us figuring out how much we need. So the way you figure it out is you need your down payment, your closing costs, and rehab amount. So the first thing we need to figure out is how much our down payment is going to be. The down payment is the percentage of money you end up putting down on the property times the home value. So I'll give you examples of all these, but as soon as you make an offer on a house, there's costs that are involved. Sometimes you'll have something known as an option fee. You'll have an earnest money deposit. You'll have to pay for an appraisal. Everything from the day you get your offer accepted to the day you close on the property, those are known as closing costs. Closing costs are 2 to 5% of the purchase price of a property. So if a property is $100,000, it's somewhere between $2,000 and $5,000 on average. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. Now, we're going to use the conservative number, the high end of the budget for that. The third thing is the rehab costs. Rehab costs depend on the house. You could buy a house that doesn't need anything. My first few properties didn't need anything right away. They needed some, a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there, but otherwise it was already rented. That's a great way to minimize the rehab costs, is buying a property that's already rented. But the dependencies on all this is what kind of loan you're going to use and where you're going to end up buying. So let's go through an example so you can calculate how much you really need to invest. So if you remember in the location package, or if you didn't go through it, we need to use Zillow.com/research/data. It's a website that allows us to download a spreadsheet. I already downloaded the spreadsheet, but let's pull it up here just so you guys can see. I'll do it with you right now. Go to Zillow.com/research/data. And you want to go to find the median home price. What we have to do is find the median home price because that is step one. So you want to select ZHVI, All Homes, SFR, Condo, Co-op, and then you click on City and you click Download. I already have it. So like I said, I am not going to re-download it. Here we go. This is the spreadsheet that you get. 41.5 megabytes, so it's a little large. For a spreadsheet, it might take a couple seconds to open up. All right, we're going to continue moving forward with our example city from the location package of Temple. So the first thing you want to do is go to View, and you want to freeze the top row. Then you want to highlight column C because that has all the city names, and you want to search your city, Temple, and make sure it's the state because sometimes there's a lot of names for the same people. So I'm going to go all the way to the right to see that the last month's median home price is $2,086.35. So we're going to write that down. So you're going to go along with this homework assignment. You're going to write down this average sales price here. So it'll be $2,083.65. This is what I would write here. Then step 11 is take that number from step 10 and use it in your formula. So the next thing you're going to figure out is what kind of loan you're going to use. Let's say we're going to put 25% down because we're going to buy a multifamily home. So what we do is we first multiply 0.25 by the home price we found. So 280 times 0.25. That's $70,000. Then we're going to add 5% of the closing costs to our down payment. So another 0.05 times 280, that's $14,000. So right now we're at $14,000 plus $70,000. That's $84,000 is what we need for a down payment if we're going to put 25% down on a property in Temple, Texas on a median average price property. Now, we're assuming zero rehab costs for this. But if you want to take an easier example where we buy a $100,000 house and you put 25% down with 5% closing costs and $10,000 in repairs. 25% down is $25,000. Closing costs is $5,000 and rehab costs are $10,000. So you add that up, $40,000 you need for a down payment and to fix up the house that's $100,000. This is how you figure out how much you need to save till. And if you're freaking out by my large numbers, I just want to tell you real quick is that you don't have to freak out, because there's ways to lower the down payment, and we can talk about that as time goes on here. You can use different types of loans, and we'll talk about the loans down low. But using the different types of loans will really, really help you lower your down payment, especially for the beginning when you might not have a lot saved and you really just want to get started. So let's just do this. How much you need to invest step by step. Calculate this by going through question 1, all the parts, to figure out how much money you need in a property that you're going to invest. And if you don't know what type of loan you're going to use, just assume right now a 20% down loan, okay, with 5% closing costs, and assume $5,000 in rehab, just so you have a very conservative number of what you need. Do that, and then come see me in the next video. All right, so now that we know how much money we need to invest, the next thing we need to figure out is how much money we're making and what we can do to make more money. Why? Because that's half of the formula to figure out how much we're saving. If we know how much we're saving, then we can know how long it will take us to buy our first rental property. So where does the income come from? How much money you make? Is it your job? Is it a side hustle? Is it a business that you've started? Or maybe you're an hourly worker and sometimes you work more, sometimes you work less, you're a contractor, whatever. So if you get paid annually, like you make $100,000 a year, divide that number by 12 so you can figure out what your monthly number is. And if your income fluctuates month per month because you're not a W-2, just figure out what the last 6 months were and write the lowest number, as long as it's not like just a weird month out of the blue, like, you know, where you might not have worked that much that month or something went wrong. Because what we want to figure out is how much money you make per month on an average month. The more you make, the higher the loan amounts you can take, the more money you could save for a down payment because you got more money coming in. So what we need you to do is to open up the spreadsheet that I gave you and add your income sources. An alternative for you, if you don't want to do all of this, is you could use Mint. I don't use Mint properly to the point where I have everything connected, but you can connect a few of your accounts and it'll start tracking all your income and expenses. But basically, you could connect your income and your bank accounts, and then you can connect your credit cards here, and it'll track everything for you. But if you don't want to do a high-tech solution, you could just write out what you make here on the spreadsheet I've created for you. So your action item for this is to fill out that section, your monthly income, and that's also question number 2 on your homework. So do both of those, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now that you've listed out all your income, we need to ask ourselves how we're going to be able to get more of it. If you increase it, then it'll help your situation to get more. So this quote by Tony Robbins I think is pretty useful here. The quality of your life is a direct reflection of the quality of the questions you're asking yourself. You probably heard this before. So what I want you to do is ask yourself a question that can get you start thinking. Ask yourself this. If you had to find a way to make $10,000 more a month by the end of the month, otherwise someone would kill you. I know it sounds ridiculous, but what would you do? Don't ask to be like, oh, that's not possible. That's not what this is about. What this is about is figuring out how you can get started making some extra money, because it helps you be creative when you put yourself in that scenario. Don't start limiting yourself. Oh, I can't do that because I don't have time. Oh, I can't do that. Just start listing things out. Just write out the ridiculous answers. And then sometimes from the ridiculous answers, you'll be able to go a step or two back in ridiculousness and make it more real, and you'll be able to do something to make some more income. So let's go over a couple examples for you. Maybe you start an online business like selling a product online. My first online business ever was an Amazon FBA, where I was selling cutting boards. I wasn't profitable, but I got started selling a business online on the side with my job, while I was also taking courses about learning how to learn different development skills. You could freelance what you do. Like, I was a software developer. I know software developers that also freelance on the side in their extra time, an extra 10 hours a month, making $100 an hour. That's an extra $1,000 a week. That's $4,000 extra a month. At the end of the year, that's $36,000 saved towards a rental property, minus some taxes. You can Uber drive on your downtime. You could do Grubhub, any of these delivery things. There's a bunch of apps out there that allow you to pay for some of your services. You can get a new job with higher pay. Now, this takes a little bit of work to get better at a job interview, but if you raise your salary by $10,000 a year, guess what? You could save more per paycheck. Another one is that you start learning a new skill that pays more. I spent 14 months between my first software engineering job and my second one learning a new skill, a different type of web development. This way I can get more money per year. And I went from $66,000 $100,000 a year to 114 from 1 year from a job hump because I switched skills within there and I learned a higher paying skill. So what I want you to ask yourself is, what's one activity you can do to increase the income the most with the least amount of time? So first you're going to brainstorm all the ideas. You're going to do number 4, answer this, and then you're going to pick one of those things that you can do. So do this and then come back to me and we'll start talking about our expenses. Now that we've dealt with our income, the next thing we need to do is focus on our expenses. So we need to ask ourselves where all of our money goes. I just went through this process because I noticed that I had less money in my bank account, right? You saw my Mint account. I've been traveling for the last 3 months. And so my personal savings was really low compared to like what my business had or any of that. So what I needed to do was work on reducing my expenses. And it hurts a lot because, right, we work hard for our money. I work hard for my money. You work hard for your money. And it's hard to see your cash just disappear, especially when it goes to taxes. That's a different story. So what we got to do is check our credit cards and bank accounts and start listing out what's going on. You want to look for your reoccurring expenses, see what their cost is, what frequency you'll pay it at, and challenge yourself and ask yourself what you really need and then what you just want. So I just went through and I canceled a subscription that costed $1,000 a year, one that cost $29 a year, one that cost $30 a month, and a few others. And I start adding those up, right? And I saved myself $5,000 to $6,000 throughout the year. That's huge. $5,000 to $6,000 is another amount for a down payment on a house. That could cover my groceries for the entire year. So it's really important for you to keep doing this over and over again because you'll slip up. I've slipped up multiple times. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I don't do an amazing job not spending money. But another thing you could do is call up subscription services and cancel them or lower them down. Whatever you got. There's companies like Truebill. This is not sponsored by them, but Truebill and some other of those types of companies that will help lower your costs as well. So there's a hard way to do this and an easy way to do this. The hard way to do this is to use my spreadsheet that I gave you, and you start writing out each expense. You go through all your credit card statements and you write out each expense. You could do it just for the last month, but that's only going to give you a rough picture. If you do the last month, I recommend that you multiply whatever it is by 1.2 to make sure that you have a clearer idea and you cover some extra expenses just in case the last month was a low month. Easier option is to use something like Mint. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, this is not sponsored by them, but you can use Mint to start tracking your expenses and start tracking your income and see how much you're saving. That's exactly what I did. I went through all of my credit cards and I started writing out, okay, that's a cost, 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 that's a cost. And in the end, I cut out a lot of stuff. And you could do the same exact thing. So what our job is just to figure out how much we're spending here. And you're going to fill that out on your number 6 in your homework. And then I'll see you in the next one. All right. Next up is how we're going to reduce the expenses. So the same thing, we're got to ask ourselves a question on how we can reduce the expenses and get us to start thinking creatively. So ask yourself this: if you got fired today and you couldn't get another job, what would you have to cut out of your life in order to not spend as much money? This is a tough question because if you start realizing, oh shit, I'm not going to make any more money, you really need to start thinking, oh man, I'm going to cut out this thing and that thing and that thing and that thing because those things are all not that important to you. Another thing you could ask yourself is, which items would you save the most amount of money from that if you had to, you could live without it? And you need to start committing to removing it. And I recommend you take action right now. If you wait, you're going to forget. A couple months are going to go by. You lost more money for software tools that you're not using, subscriptions that you're not really doing anything with, or still buying things that aren't really helping you. So what I want you to do is to ask yourself that question, start thinking, and start cutting things out. So you did 5, 6, 7 in the last one. Now you're going to do 8 in this one, homework assignment, and then come back to me and we'll talk about the next thing you need to do. Okay, so now we are going to be talking about what is known as your savings rate. Your savings rate is just your monthly income minus all your expenses subtracted. And then this is whatever you have that's left over is that you can save per month. So let's say all of your expenses are $10,000 a month and you make $12,000. That means you have $2,000. That's your savings rate. If you make $1,000 a month and it costs you $800 a month to live, then your savings rate is $200 per month. You want to keep revisiting this section of the package in order to keep making sure that your income's on track and your expenses are on track. So what I want you to do is to answer questions 9 and 10 on the homework and figure out how much your savings rates is going to be. Then what you need to do is take the answer from question 1 of how much you need to invest, divide that by your savings rate. So if you need $10,000 to invest and your savings rate is $200, that means you need to wait 50 months 50 months in order to save for your first rental property. 50 months. That's how you figure it out. So answer number 9 and 10, and then we'll start moving on to the next section. Now, if you noticed on the spreadsheet I gave you, there's a third tab called partners. So what we're going to be talking about right now are other cash sources, otherwise known as other people's money, otherwise known as OPM in the real estate world. The third way you can get money that is not from your income or expenses is from other people. Now, there are tons of different ways that this is done. A bank is considered getting money from other people, right? A bank is someone else. They're giving you money to buy a house. Mortgage. That's just mainstream that most people don't realize that they're doing it, okay? So what you're going to do here is you're going to make a list of everyone in your life. Write out how much you think they have. What is the source of their cash? And have you talked to them? This way you can get a good idea of, are you talking about real estate with other people? Real estate is a very personable space, okay? It's still, comparatively to a lot of other things where you're just dealing with computers all the time, is still a person-by-person relationship-based business. As are a lot of things, but still. So what I want you to do is you're not going to just go in and say, hey, do you have $100,000 to invest with me? No. Start out by casually bringing up real estate investing with them. You know, when you're talking to them on the phone next, you're hanging out with them. Yeah, you know, they're like, oh, what have you been up to? Yeah, I've been reading all these books about real estate investing, or I'm taking this video series by someone named Antonio, and he's been teaching me a lot about all this stuff, right? And I really want to start making some passive income. I'm looking at some properties. They're looking like they're going to be good deals. I'm just working on trying to get some funding, right? If they're interested and they have money, they are going to say, oh, really? They'll start asking questions about it. You can tell this just by talking to them. Now, if you pay attention to their body language, pay attention to their voice tone, everything that they say here is going to be important. You're just trying to figure out if they're interested. The goal is not to get someone to invest with you. The goal is to build a relationship with someone over time. So the more trust they have with you, the better. Your dad and your mom and your brother and your sister, if you have a good relationship with them, are going to be great people. Your best friend is going to be a great person to do this with. People in your life that have money that aren't using it wisely because they're losing it to inflation or not investing it are the people that you want to be talking to the most here. And if you're a young person in their 20s or 30s, guess what? A lot of your friends are starting to save money from their jobs. These are the people you should start talking to. Second, beyond trust is the most important thing here. Second is your character, which kind of describes, okay, can someone trust you? Do you follow through with what you say you're going to do? Do you actually give good advice? Are you a good person? All these things are what's going to be going through someone's mind when they hear like, oh, this person's investing in real estate. Oh, they screwed up on all these other things. I'm not going to believe in them. But if you're the type of person who has character, who has integrity, this is not going to be something that's very difficult for you to get because people out there believe it. The mindset I want you to have throughout this entire thing is that the cash is out there. There are trillions of dollars out there in the world. You just haven't found it yet. And maybe it'll take some time. Maybe you don't get this for your first property. Maybe you got to start on your own. That's okay. I saved $30,000 for my first property. It took me 4 years. But you, on the other hand, maybe you find someone. Maybe you don't. That's okay. But it's important to start talking about this because this is not going to be something that happens overnight. You're not just going to find someone and they're going to partner with you. It's going to take time to build a relationship, so you have to start early. All right, so what I want you to do is to answer numbers 11, 12, and 13 in your homework. Go to the sheet labeled partners. So you're going to go here and click on partners, and you're going to start listing out your friends, family members, their sources of money, how they're related to you, their projected amount, and have you discussed real estate with them in any next steps. So just start listing out your friends. Go through your contact list and start writing it out. The more you do, the better, because you'll have a clear idea of what's going on. And then just start talking to one of these people that you would naturally talk to anyway about real estate investing. Just bring it up in the conversation. Don't just go, hey, I wanted to talk to you about real estate investing. Call them and ask them about their life, and they'll say, oh, what's going on for you? Yeah, I've been learning about real estate investing. This is what I really want to do. And you'll see how they react. So do this, and then we'll get started talking about all the different types of loan options out there that you can get and ways you can get funding for your first rental property. Awesome. So the next part of this entire funding package is going to be the financing methods, all of them that you could possibly use for a beginner. I might be missing a few, but I've tried to make the most comprehensive list with the most detail out there for every single loan you could possibly get for a beginner. And the mindset I want you to have with this is I want you to look at these as tools in a toolbox, okay? You have a hammer, you have a screwdriver, you have a wrench. Sometimes when you're fixing something, you need to use all three. Sometimes you need to use two. Sometimes you need to use one. So I want you to think of these creatively, of how you can combine them in different ways, how you can use them in different ways. This way you can get a property purchased with as little money as you possibly can. So let's get into it. First up are conventional investment property loans. This is what most people will use for their first investment property if they're not living in it. These are loans that you get from a regular bank that is using conventional methods to underwriting a rental property. Why would you ever want to use a conventional investment property loan? They typically have lower interest rates than a commercial loan or a loan that is... So there's two types of loans. There's QM and non-QM. QM stands for qualified mortgage and non-QM stands for non-qualified mortgage. The qualified mortgage loans fall under conventional investment loans. The other thing is you don't have to live in the property if you use a conventional investment loan. Also, it is probably the most easy and most followed process for beginners. It's been documented over and over and over again. Why would you not use this? Because they require 20 to 25% down. If you use a small multifamily, it's 25. If it's a single family, it's 20%. And you're not allowed to get any gifts from anyone for down payment money. Like let's say you need an extra $5K and you wanted it from your brother. You can't just do that, okay? It takes 30 to 90 days to close as well. Also, the process is really complicated. The more properties you get, the more complicated it gets. And so once you get past your first, second, and third property, it gets really complicated, especially depending on what your property structure is for all of these, your legal structures for all these. General requirements are typically something in the high 600s to low 700s is what you need to qualify. You need a stable W-2 job. You need the savings to cover the down payment. You need closing costs and 6 months of PITI. And you need a debt to income ratio of less than 43%. Debt to income ratio is just your debt, which is your car payment, your house payment, like your rent or whatever, and then student loan debt, credit card debt divided by your income every month. They want that ratio, including your mortgage, to be less than 43%. So I want you to ask yourself, can you use a conventional investment property loan? Yes or no? And what I want you to do is to answer question 14A and just answer it. Can I use it? Based off of what Antonio just said, can I use it? Also, I wanted to highlight one more thing before you go ahead and do that, is that all of the loans that I'm about to go through and talk to you about, their requirements for what you need change over time. So if by the time you're watching this and you call up a bank and you say, Antonio told me that this works, it's not my fault if the banks change their requirements. Things are changing every single day. I had a video planned for one lender at Saturday and I almost posted it on Saturday, but I waited till Tuesday and I called them on Tuesday. I was like, hey, just in case anything changed. She was like, yeah, we change everything on Sunday. So you need to make sure that you are calling up and getting the most accurate, up-to-date information. This is the general guidelines at the time that I'm making this. So ask yourself, can you use a conventional loan or not? Fill out question 14A, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this second set of loans are known as owner-occupied loans. They're called owner-occupied because they allow you to buy a house if you live in them for at least a short period of time. Usually it's about a year. I'm going to give you the general guidelines for owner-occupied, and then we're going to go into individual ones over this, so this way you can learn about all the different types and see which one's best for you. So why would you use owner-occupied loans? Typically, they have lower down payment options, some as low as 0%, 3, 5, 10. Anything less than 20% is a lot better than what you typically have to put if you're not buying an investment property. Second, these types of loans wouldn't exist if you didn't choose to live in the property. Huge pro. Third thing, you get lower fixed interest rates, meaning they don't go up over time, and they're lower, even lower than the conventional investment property loans that we just did last. And the second thing is that this can give you a way to live in the property and save on rent. So if you chose to house hack, this is a great way for you to get started for low down payment, low interest rate, have a house, and save money. Now, what are some reasons why you would not use it? You also have to live there, which means that if you want this to be a good investment, you might have to live somewhere you don't want to live, or you live somewhere with roommates or tenants, and that could be a lifestyle issue for people. Once you start living on your own, you might not be able to go back to what it was like to having roommates. I know a lot of people that are like this. I actually prefer roommates. I haven't house hacked yet. I wish I did, but I haven't. I was supposed to for my first property, but I ended up not last second. The second reason why is that year one, if you're living in the property, you're going to have a harder time cash flowing because you're not going to make rent from your bedroom because you're not going to charge yourself rent, right? That's not how it's going to work. Third is you're leveraging too much. You're putting a lot of money. So if a recession happens and you bought a property like right now, let's say when we are in a recession and properties are starting to drop, you could be underwater on your mortgage. Let's say you bought a house with a VA loan. You bought a $100,000 house, you put $0 down. That means your loan is $100,000. But let's say the house value drops to $90,000. That means you owe more on your loan than the house. And so you can't sell the house if that's the case. And then last is any loan that you get that's a QM loan. If you put less than 20% down, you're going to have to pay something known as mortgage insurance premium, or PMI, okay? Which means you'll have to put more money down up front for your closing costs, but also you'll have to pay every single month. You have to pay some part of your loan for this. So the general requirements for this is that you have to have a 500 or higher credit score. For FHA, all of them are going to be a little bit different, but the FHA credit score requirement is 500 for 10% down, 580 for 3.5% down. You need a stable job so you can prove that you can actually pay back the house. And you'll need savings for the down payment, closing costs, 6 months PITI, and of course, a debt to income ratio. And depending on the lender, you'll have different debt to income ratios and the time that we're in. So let's go over the first owner occupied loan. This is a loan backed by the Federal Housing Authority. So the government takes on the risk for backing up the loan. It's meant for people who want to live in the house for their first property. You have to be a first-time home buyer for this, okay? Which means you have not owned a primary residence for the last 2 years. It doesn't mean that you've actually had to buy your first house. So it's limited to anything between 1 to 4 units. You could buy a single-family home, an apartment, a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex. So a lot of people will try to buy fourplexes, live in one unit, and rent out the other units, which could be a good strategy. But you can only have one of these out at a time. And remember, you can only be a first-time home buyer. You are charged something known as mortgage insurance premium. This is based on the percentage of the purchase price. Usually, it comes in 2 payments. One is you'll have to pay upfront fee at closing. That's a 1 to 2% of the purchase price. And then you'll also have to pay one fee that's wrapped into the loan, about $100 per month for every $100,000 finance. So if you have a $400,000 loan, then you'll have to pay about $400 per month. It's just an average number. You can get that number specifically from your lender. FHA is 3.5% down if your credit score is 580 and up. And if it's a 500, you pay 10% down. Cons, that you'll have red tape from the government, because in order to get things fixed up when you're getting the house, you'll have to do what's known as an FHA specific inspection. And so there's a whole extra inspection involved. It's slower. The government's involved. As you know, everything the government does is slower. It's never faster. And then also we can negotiate sellers' concessions up to 3%. For those of you that don't know what seller's concessions are, you can have the seller pay some of your closing costs up to 3%. And it has a max purchase price per county, meaning depending on what county you live in, it's capped how much you can get on an FHA loan. In New York at one time, it was over $1 million. I don't know what it is now, but they had just increased the limit. So if you got like a quadplex, depending on what type of property you buy, the limit is high. So single family might be like 900. It depends. If your properties are really expensive, then the limit is higher. So what I want you to ask you is, can you use this financing method? Yes or no? This is 14B on your homework. And obviously, if you're a first-time home buyer already, you already have used your loan in the last 2 years, guess what? You cannot use this. Or you've used FHA and you have it out, you can't. So then write no. But if you can, write it as an option. Or maybe you don't like the lifestyle thing, write it as an option. Fill this out and then come back to me and we'll talk about the next owner-occupied loan. The next owner-occupied loan is known as a 203K loan. It's another loan backed by the Federal Housing Authority, but this time it has rehab costs included. So if you're buying a house that needs to be fixed up and you want to live in it, this could be a great thing for you to do. It's a little complicated to pull off, though, because it's got a lot of red tape. But let's go over it. There's 2 types. There's a 203K, and that can be used for deeper changes like foundation issue or whatever. 203K Streamline is for something a little bit more simpler, like you have smaller cosmetic repairs. So how it works, very similar to the FHA, 1 to 4 units. You must live in the property for a year. You need to have a good DTI. You can only have one out at a time. You're charged mortgage insurance premium. Again, that's a one-time fee up front at closing, and then also a monthly fee. You can put 3.5% down for 580, 500 and up. 500 credit score, you have to put 10% and up. Red tape, a lot more this time because you have to use things. In order to get things done, you need to use an FHA approved contractor to fix things up if the rehab is 15 and up. So if you're doing a significant amount, then it will have to go up there, which means you can't do the work yourself and save on it. Same thing, you could negotiate seller concessions up to 3%, and the repairs must be done within 6 months of closing. So if, let's say it's a lot of work and you can't get it done in 6 months because things aren't done, then this is going to be an issue for you with your loan. Also, this has a max purchase price per county. So 203K loan. Can you use this? Why or why not? Fill this out. This should be 14C on your homework, and I'll see you in the next one. Awesome. The next owner-occupied type of loan is known as a VA loan. It is a loan backed by the Veteran Affairs. It's only for people who are veterans or spouses of veterans or people who are actually in the military. This is pretty similar to all the other owner-occupied loans. It's limited to 1 to 4 units. You must live in the property for a year. You can bet pros of this is that you could put $0 down. It's what you get for giving service back to our country. Thank you very much for that. You do need a minimum credit score of 660 from what I've saw. There may be some lenders out there that provide less. Also, you don't have MIP, so you won't have to pay any extra cost per month or at closing for your house, but you will have red tape from the government, like getting things fixed. So that will be a pain in the ass. But you can also negotiate the seller to pay all your closing costs. So if you have a VA loan, you can literally get a true $0 down house. The only problem is that this only works for VA loans, and you also have to get the seller to accept it. So you have to be a first-time home buyer, I believe, as well. So let's answer this. 14D in your homework. It should be pretty simple. You either a veteran or you're not. The next owner-occupied type of loan is known as a USDA loan. This is a loan backed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So you can only use this if you live in certain locations in the U.S. Apparently about 100 million, I think it was, 100 million people live in the zones that are available for USDA. But it's basically anywhere outside of a major city. You also must be a low to moderate income family for that area, meaning you can't make more than 115% of the median income for that area. Also, it's limited from 1 to 4 units. No mortgage insurance premiums are necessary, which is great, right? You don't have to pay any of that money. There's no max purchase price either, which doesn't exist on a lot of some of these other ones. You must live in the property for a year if it's a single family, and you could put 0% down on single family homes. You could put 10% down on multifamily homes, and some of them you don't have to actually live there. I recommend you check with the bank on some of this. Red tape from the government, obviously, because it's a government loan when you get things fixed. You could get the seller to negotiate up to 6% of the buyer's closing costs. You'll have some repairs that can be put into the loan, some can't, and then you must be able to charge affordable rents for any property that has a USDA loan out. So it needs to go and be rented to low to moderate income families, and the rent can't be charged that high. So ask yourself, can you use this financing method? It's pretty clear. Are you going to live in that area? Use that E on 14 and then come back to me in the next one. The next type of loan is known as a NACA loan. Okay, it's a loan backed by the Neighborhood Association Corporation of America. This type of loan can never be used for an investment property, so you can't ever rent it out. Unfortunately, it must be for you living there. So only use this if you're really going to live there, and maybe you're using this course as a way to step up to get there. But I'm just leaving it in here for you to understand. You need to live there for the life of the loan. You have no mortgage insurance premium. You could put 0% down, and it's meant for priority people in priority areas. What do they mean by that? Priority people is if you live in a metro area and you earn 100% less than the median income for that area. So like a lot less. Priority areas mean that if you make equal or greater than the standard for that area, you must purchase in an area where the income is 100% less than that MSA. You can't have any interest in any other properties at the time of closing. It must be for your first property. It can't be used for investments, like I said. You have to go to events and maintain memberships. Like my friend did this, and she had to like be on Zoom calls every single bunch of while. I don't know how long it was. And it can't be used for single family and multifamily though. So most people will answer no to this, because if you're here for investment properties, this is not for you. I'm just letting you know about it. So I know I talked a little bit about this earlier. Now we're done with the owner-occupied loans. We're going to start talking about partnerships. Partnerships are ways for you to get properties sooner with less money down, typically. Or if you're the type of person that has a lot of money, you could partner with someone like me who would want more money to buy more properties. So let's talk about it. It's when you work together with someone else to acquire a property. It's at its base core level. Why would you use them? Because in real estate, there's a series of resources you need. You need cash. You need the ability to get a loan. You need knowledge, experience, and time. There's 5 resources. If you don't have any of those 5 resources, you probably need to partner with someone to help you get those resources, or you need to work on them. The quicker way is to partner with someone, and it allows you to get more properties quicker. So why would you not use them? There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't use partnerships. One is personality conflicts. You could have different expectations or don't like how someone works. One of my good friends and I helped him. I spent about 40 hours helping him, looking at properties, answering questions, introducing him to people here in Austin to get started investing in real estate. And I thought that we were on the same page, that we'd be partnering on this property together. And when it got to the point we were about to offer on the property, he basically told me however much I decide to put in is how much he gets. And I'm how much I get. And I was like, that's not really how this works. I gave you all the expertise. I connected you with everyone. I spent my time to get us to this point. I deserve to be paid for my time. And he didn't feel that way. So he ended up getting the property. And now I don't talk to him as much anymore, right? Because we had a personality conflict. He thought it was best for him to override the friendship for some money. And I didn't think that that's how it would work. But so you may have the same issue with partners. That's the thing. I've had bad partnerships before. I had another partnership with a friend that he was my best friend, and we started a business together, and then he disappeared and stopped responding to my messages, and that was, not what I wanted either. So partnerships can go south, don't get me wrong. So it's important for you to have everything in writing up front. I'm going to just say that up front. Second thing is you need to compromise on everything because you always need to run things by someone else. The best partners are the ones that don't complain about anything. They just trust you fully to get the stuff done. That leads me to my next point. If they don't trust you, this whole process will be a lot harder. So it's really important for you to have someone that trusts you. The fourth one is that you'll have slower decision making. Every time I need to decide something, I need to run it by my dad, my brother, or any of my other partners, okay? This is why it's really important to have silent partners. Partners who are there, but partners who don't need to be brought in on every decision. They need to trust you in order to be able to move forward. The other thing is lower profits, right? You're not putting in the money or you're not putting in the time, so you're giving up some of your profits for not having to do the work or having to do the work and not having to put the money. Next, you're legally responsible for whatever this person does that affects your company. If this person decides to run away, it's your company. If they decide to stop paying their fair share in the company, guess what? You're legally responsible because you're still a 50% owner of the property and everything else. So you have to really make sure you pick someone you trust. And then also taxes are more complicated. Every single one, for every single new partnership that I have a new K1, new LLC, new credit card, new bank accounts, and new tax form, which is the K1. So there's 4 types of partnerships, all right? The first one is known as a full equity partnership. This is when you have a cash partner and a deal finder, okay? The deal finder is typically me, the investor, and the cash partner is someone with cash who wants to invest, doesn't want to spend their time. So the cash partner funds the deal using cash, and then they split the profits 50-50, okay? I do all the work, they bring all the money, 50-50. The second is known as a down payment equity partnership. The cash partner just can fund the down payment, okay? And then either both people or the cash partner get the mortgage under their name or under their LLC's name. The legal title is under both of their names or their LLC that they formed together, and it's a 50-50 split. The third form is the only difference between the first form and the second form is that the cash partner is funding the down payment. First one is funding the entire cost of the home. The third one is known as a private lending partnership, okay? This is when we give cash. Someone gives me cash. Let's say I'm ready to buy a property and someone lends me $100,000. They give me $100,000 and I say, hey, I'm going to give you 10% return in a year. So at the end of the year, I give them the $100,000 back plus $10,000 in interest. They made 10% without doing anything, right? Which is way better. You'll get in the stock market and they didn't have to do anything. The cash partner gets a lien on the property because they're the one that lended me the money. And this can be cash or it can be cash mixed with the down payment. Like the cash can be the down payment and I will get a loan. And then the last type of partnership is known as a credit partnership, okay? This is where one person lends the ability to get a loan, but there's no down payment. So, for example, I want a house hack here in Austin. I have the money for the down payment, but because I left my job and now I do social media and coaching and real estate full time and I don't have 2 years of income from the social media stuff, I can't get an FHA loan with my proof of income because I switched fields. So I can partner with my brother who has a W-2 job, work with him and be able to get the house. He's just going to give me his ability to get a loan. He's not going to give me any money for the down payment and we're going to split it. Okay, so this is negotiable based on whatever you want to do. All of these are negotiable based on whatever you want to do. But these are just some examples of how it would work. Okay, now, how to actually pull off a partnership. So I'm going to give you 10 steps on how to do it. Let me move myself over here so you see all 10 steps. First step is to figure out what your value add is, right? Most of you will be people who have knowledge because you're reading my books or you're paying attention to this, and maybe you have time because you have some spare time after your job, or maybe you don't have a job and this is what you're doing. And maybe you have money, a little bit of money. Maybe you have a job and you can get financing. You probably don't have experience. Experience would be buying properties and ability to get financing. So all these things you have to figure out which parts do you have. If you have all 5, you don't need a partnership. But if you're missing some, you might want a partnership. The second thing is figure out what you need the most. So is it time? Cool. If you don't have time, then partner with someone who has time and doesn't have money. So outline what you have, outline what you're missing. Then you're going to start telling people, or like we did earlier in this package, to talk about what you've been learning in real estate investing. Taking this course, I've been looking at some properties. I'm really interested in investing in Akron, Ohio, blah, 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 blah. And see what people are saying. It's really important, step 4, to not ask for any money. You want to build relationships by having normal conversations and inserting real estate wherever you can. Okay, and the ones who are interested will ask more. If they do seem interested, find out what that person is looking for. They're looking for a quick return on their money. Maybe they want a private lending partnership. If they want to be in it long term with you, then maybe they want a 50-50 partnership. Set expectations from the start in writing. How much will they be putting in? By who? Timing, what kind of jobs they'll have, and what kind of tasks they'll have available. Okay? Like, what can they get done? Maybe they want to manage the property and they just want you to buy it. That's a possibility. It's all negotiable, okay? Step 7, once you have it all in writing, and then it's time for you to look for an amazing deal. Go out and look for properties. Show the deal to the right person who you've talked to in your network. So whatever matches their cash flow, what they're looking for per month, or return on investment. Because, like, for example, a flip would be really good for a private lending partnership, but it wouldn't be good for a long-term partner if they want passive income, right? So step 9 then is to speak to a lawyer or CPA to make sure that you form the partnership legally. This means usually creating an LLC in the state that you're buying in, or creating an LLC in the state that you're in, and then having a foreign registration in the state that you're going to buy in so you can operate there, and then have an operating agreement outlining all the things you had in writing. And then you're going to buy the home and make that cash. And repeat the process, hopefully, if it's a good partner that you want to work with. That's all it is. What I want you to do is to write out, can you use partnerships? And most of your answers should be yes. If you can't, I'd really like for it to see why not. So answer 14G and then come back for the next one. The next type of loan that you're going to be looking into, or way to get money for a rental property, is known as a home equity loan or home equity line of credit. This is when you're taking on a loan or a line of credit, which is like a credit card that's based off of a property that you own or partially own. What I want you guys to realize is that every house out there in America, the owner who lives there has a certain amount of equity in their house. Equity just means like the value of the house that they actually own, right? Some of it's their loan, some of it's their equity. Imagine every house has a treasure chest underneath it, okay? If the house is worth $200,000, but their loan amount is $150,000, you just subtract the two, and the treasure chest has $50,000. That treasure chest is accessible if you can get a loan on the property, okay? So why would you want to use this? Is because it allows you to get cash from a property that you own, or if you know someone else that already owns a property at a lower, you can get them. Or if you know someone else that owns a property, you could partner with them to pull the money out and have them be a partner. So combining the last two, this one and this one together, to have them have the down payment for a property. The reasons why you would not use this is that you have less cash flow, okay? So if it's used for a down payment, you're going to need to make sure that you're using whatever your loan amount was, the new loan amount, the difference between the new loan amount and the old loan amount, as a cost on the new property. So let me give you an example. If your mortgage before you get a home equity loan is $1,500 a month, and then afterwards it's $1,700 a month, that's a $200 difference. You need to make sure that the new house that you buy covers everything plus the $200 from before, if that's used as your down payment. Another issue is that if you get a line of credit, typically they will have adjustable rates, meaning over time it'll go up. So you have to make sure that you lock in the lines of credit and take out the money when interest rates are hopefully lower, especially in the environment we live right now where interest rates are going up. And the last thing is you don't want to over leverage yourself. Like I said, if you're taking loans on loans on loans on loans to cover rental properties, eventually you're going to have a lot of debt. And if your debt is very high compared to the equity you have in the properties, it can really become a problem if the recession hits and the property values really drop. So there's two types. There's a home equity loan. Home equity loan is when you get a loan. It's like a mortgage on a property that you already own. And instead of them giving you money to buy the house, they're giving you money to your bank account based off of the value of the house that you have. Okay? So the money comes to you rather than going to the seller when you buy a house and you get a mortgage on it. Home equity line of credit, on the other hand, is like a credit card based off of the value of the house and the equity you have in it. So you can use this money right away, and you could pay it back over time based off of whatever you pull out. The minimum payment is based off of how much you've used. Okay, so if you only use $100,000 from it, or if you only use $10,000 from it, that's what you need to pay back plus interest. The problem is with this is that there usually be interest rates, variable interest rates, but can be fixed. So let's talk about some calculations on what to know about home equity and how it all works. So there's three things you need to really know. Is first equity. Okay, equity is whatever you could sell the property for today minus what you owe on the loan. So if you have a $205,000 property and you owe $145,000, this was an actual example for my property, you have $60,000 in equity. Okay, if that makes sense. Then the second thing you need to know is LTV. LTV stands for loan to value. Okay, loan to value is your loan amount, whatever you have on your loan, divided by your fair market value of the home or whatever you could sell it for. So in this example, your loan amount is $145 and your property amount, what it could sell for, the fair market value, was $205. When you divide those into each other, you have 70.7% as your LTV. Okay? So currently, you can have max 75 to 80% LTV for most loans. Some go as high as 80. I heard one crazy one go as high as 95%. But most people will 75 to 80%. The problem is with this is that if that's the max you could take out, then you need to take out, let's say you wanted to take out 80% LTV. 80% minus the 70% you have on your loan. So 80% LTV is what the max you could take out. You subtract 70.7%. That leaves you're able to cash out 9.3% of the value of your home. So then you take 9.3% and multiply that by 205,000, and you'll get 19,000 is what you can cash out from your rental property. Okay? That's pretty good, right? 19,000, you could use that to buy another down payment for another house. So how this actually works, you actually need to own a house or partner with someone else who does. Call up a bank, say you want to get a loan, show the docs, get the house appraised, get a loan. This is just like any other mortgage process, just called a cash out refi. And then you use that money for the down payment or to buy another house cash. So ask yourself this: can you use this financing method? Why or why not? And if you can't, please tell me why, because I bet you there's someone out there that owns their house, okay? Home equity loans. So fill this part out, 14H, and then get back to me on the next one. All right, the next type of funding is known as seller financing. Seller financing is like getting a regular mortgage, but instead of like getting a regular mortgage with a bank or a lender, you get it with the seller of a house, okay? Why would you do this? Why would anyone else do this? We'll talk about both sides. You should do this because it's easier financing than it is to get a bank. You don't need a job. There's no rules behind it. The rules are made up between you and the seller. So no minimum credit score, no minimum down payment, no minimum loan term. You can do whatever you want. You can get creative to make it so the loan works for that person. This also allows you to get properties that are in such bad shape that no one will lend on them, okay? And there's no credit pulls unless if the person actually asks for that. Why would you not use them? Because if someone owes any money on their mortgage, there's something known as a due on sale clause, okay? If it's not free and clear, meaning they don't own the mortgage, then it'll trigger the due on sale clause, which means that the mortgage company can force them, the seller, to pay all the money that they owe if the title transfers, okay, to someone else. And that's not what they want. So make sure to do this on houses where the owner owns it in cash. The next thing is higher interest rates. Usually, in order to entice someone to do this, you'll have to do higher interest rates than what other people can get, which will eat into your cash flow. And then you'll also find it hard to find people who are interested in doing this and convince them. because it is not a conventional method. Most people who are selling their house want to get out ASAP. Not that they want to have passive income, but there's ways of convincing them, and let's talk about them right now. So why would someone else want to do this? Why would a seller selling their house want to do this? When you sell your house, you pay a lot of taxes on that, okay? Especially if it's not a property you live in. You have to pay tax. So in order to avoid getting a tax hit, you can spread out your profit from the house over time by getting a mortgage paid to you. So by spreading out your payments month by month by month, you minimize your tax hit over time. Also, the seller gets monthly income without having to deal with tenants or whatever. They just have to deal with you, a landlord, a real estate investor, someone who's responsible and deals with all this stuff. Most are, right? Also, you can make more money over the long term because of the interest rate. Because you have an interest rate. If you sold a $200,000 house today, but you sold it at a 5% interest rate, right? Over 30 years, you're going to make more money over the long term. And then also, if your house is in really bad shape, the seller can't sell it to a lot of people because the loan amount is because lenders lend on it. So this allows you to lend to get rid of a property that's in really bad shape. How do you do it? Honestly, I haven't been able to pull this one off yet. I've made offers like it, but I haven't been able to pull it off. But here's a few things that can lead you in the right direction. One is you could ask a real estate agent or a seller directly if they're interested. When you're making an offer, just say, hey, is this person interested in seller financing? On the listing, you can look for things like owner will carry, meaning the owner will carry the mortgage, OWC, flexible terms, meaning the owner's flexible on this kind of stuff, seller financing, or they're motivated. If they're motivated, they might be motivated to holding the mortgage. And then the other thing you could do is use something like ListSource or PropStream to see which houses have full equity in them and make offers on those houses. So ask yourself, can you use seller financing? Why or why not? Fill out 14I and then come to me back for the next one. So the next type of funding is known as a line of credit. Now, this is not the same type of line of credit that we had earlier. This is more like a line of credit for yourself or for your business. Think of it like a credit card where you could access funds really quickly, okay? So why would you use this? It's a way to get money for a down payment or money for a rehab if you have no way else to get it. You probably shouldn't use this if you're afraid of getting something that has really high interest or it's harder to get good credit. If you don't have good credit, this is going to be pretty hard for you to get or without a lot of cash. Like I just got approved for one for up to $3,000 and one for up to $15,000. So it allows me to have $18,000 ready to go just in case if I need it for another down payment. If you don't have a business, you might not be able to get a business line of credit, but you might be able to get a personal one. And then also, if this is your first time and you're not really sure how this all works, it might more likely that you make a mistake because you're getting a loan with a lot higher interest. So what do? You call up your local bank or credit union that you have an account with, and you ask them if they offer lines of credit for real estate. A lot of them won't because they think real estate's risky for you to use a line of credit on. Rightfully so. A lot of people don't know what they're doing, so they won't allow it. But in my opinion, it's one of the safer things once you know what you're doing. And you apply to it just like you would any loan or credit card, and they'll approve you or not approve you. So can you use this financing method? Why or why not? Answer it in 14J of your homework, and then we'll move on to the next one. The next type of loan you might have heard of before is called a hard money loan. It's basically a low down payment loan, lasts for a short period of time. They'll give you funds for the rehab. So why would you use it? If you got to fix up a property, you got to access cash quickly, this is a great way to do it because a lot of these loans close within 2 to 4 weeks. Very quick, which increases your ability to get an offer closed. Also, they'll refund you money for the rehab. So when you buy a property, you basically, let's say you do $10,000 in the rehab. You fix up $10,000, you have the company come out, check out the $10,000 worth of work. They'll give you $10,000 and you can go ahead and do it again, which is great because it allows you to really use the same amount of capital a lot of times over again to fix the same property. Like if it's a $100,000 job, you don't need $100,000 to do it. You just need a certain amount to start off. They'll also analyze a property for you. These types of lenders are thinking like investors too because they're based off of the profitability of a property. And so they look at it like it's an investment. They're analyzing it like, okay, is this a good investment? If it's not a good investment, they won't give you a loan. So it's like having a second person to analyze the property for you. You also don't need a job. Like I said, it's based off of the profitability of a property. Do you have the cash to go? That's great. Also, you can get lower down payment than a normal investment property. Some are 7.5%. I've seen as low as, others as high as 20%. Really depends on your experience level. Why would you not use them? It's usually a higher interest rate loan. Before the rate started going up, I was getting charged 8.25%. Okay. And it only lasts for like 6 to 18 months. So it's a quick loan. You need to be able to find a way to get out of it by either selling or by refinancing within that time frame. You typically, in order to do this, you need one house on your record, even if it's just a house you live there. So you can use this if you're a beginner real estate investor, but you already own a house. And then you can make a mistake with it. That's a con, because if you have a higher interest rate loan and you don't know what you're doing when it comes to a flip or refinance, you can really make a mistake and be out of money and you might not have it. So how to do this? Contact one of these companies and apply. It's just like any other mortgage. You'll typically need somewhere around the 600s in the credit score, but the lending standards change. Some of these companies like Kiavi just raised it up to 700 because of the recession that we're in, and they want to make sure that the people they're lending to are high quality people and they don't lose money. So it's up to you if you have the credit score for it, but you have the credit score and the cash and the experience. This is the type of person who you want to work with. So contact one of them, and I'll leave a link to some of them in the description. If you need me to connect with them, reach out to me. But ask yourself, can you use this method? Why or why not? Answer 14K, and we'll move on from there. The next loan is known as a debt service coverage ratio loan. It is exactly what it means, okay? It's a loan for an investment property, a rental property, where they use the income of the property to qualify, not your income. They're looking for your debt service, which is your mortgage, your taxes, insurance, to be covered by your rental amount. They're looking for a specific ratio, okay? That's where the name comes from. So you don't need a job for this. You don't need proof of income. That's how I'm able to get loans right now. If you find a good deal and the cash flow is there and you have decent credit and you have the down payment, you should be good. You're going to need around 20 to 25% for this. Typically need high 600s to 700s to qualify for this. But again, this changes with time. They close quicker than most loans because they are an investment property company. They know that you need to close quick. So 3 to 4 weeks usually. They'll also analyze the property with you to make sure that you're getting a good property. The reasons why you would not use them is that you're going to have to pay higher interest. Right now, the interest rate, as I'm speaking to you, is 6.8% for an average person getting FHA loan. For me, because I'm an investment property purchaser who use debt service coverage ratio loans, they're going to be about 8.5%. So I'm paying more interest every single month. Also, you're going to have to definitely put 20 to 25% down. And I use an LLC for this. I think they offer them to personal as well, but you might need a business for some of the lenders in order to work with you. So you contact one of the previous companies that I mentioned in the hard money loan section. They also overlend these types of loans, and you can reach out to them and see if you qualify. So you're going to fill out number KL under 14 and come back to me on the next one. All right, so now that we've listed out all of the financing methods, what I want you to do is figure out, go through your list again and write out all the ones that you can work with, okay? So if it was hard money loans, it was USDA, write it all out. And what I want you to do is to find lenders that offer this. And you could just simply find lenders by looking for, if you're looking for a conventional loan, you look up credit union in Texas, right? If I was trying to buy a property in Texas, or I would look up, if you're trying to get a hard money loan, I give you the name of 3 companies. Kiavi, you could look it up here. You could use my link, which helps fund my business and help me keep doing things like this. Kiavi, funding, cool. You want to look up Kiavi, go there. You can look up any of those companies. You look up personal lines of credit and try to find a lender that way. You just have to do some research to find some lenders. And a lot of people might say no to you depending on what your situation is. It all depends on what you are. But ultimately, what we want to do is get a list of all of them out, okay? And write out a set of lenders that you're going to contact. Then contact them, okay? So what we need to make sure is that you have, after this entire section, what you need to have done is write out your income, write out your expenses, use Mint if you don't want to do all the work. Pick one thing you'll do to try to increase your income. Pick one thing you'll try to cut out. Work on reaching out to your partners, and you're going to call up a mortgage lender to try to get approved for a loan, whichever type of loan you think you can get most approved for. And if that does not work and they tell you you can't, you have 2 options. You can call up other ones and see if they'll allow you to. And the second option is to ask them why. So they might tell you. A lot of people get stuck at this step because they're afraid to call the bank because they think they have too low of a credit score, because they don't think they have enough money. It doesn't matter how much you have. It doesn't matter what your credit score is. Just call a bank and ask them if they can get you a mortgage. If they cannot, say, hey, can you tell me what things I need to work on in order to improve it? They may say, well, you have a 580 credit score. In order to get a conventional loan, you need 700. So work on your credit score. So then make that your action step to work on your credit score for the next 6 months. If they tell you that you need more money saved to buy in the area you want to buy, make that your action step. Increase your savings amount, cut out more expenses, increase your income. So based on where you're at, you're going to change your action step if you don't get pre-approved. If you do get pre-approved, then guess what? You can move on to the next package, the deal analysis package, where we'll talk about starting to analyze properties, and you're ready to start taking action within the next 3 months. All right. And I'll see you all in that one.
Okay. So now we're going to be talking about analyzing deals and making offers. This is what this whole section is about. So let's get into the core skill in investing, analyzing deals. Your ability to analyze deals is the number one skill of real estate investing, okay? This is honestly where the money is made or lost. It's in your numbers. Not after you buy and the actual cash comes in, but it's before you buy. Because if you know your numbers before you buy, then you will know 100% with confidence that you're going to make money on this property no matter what. And that's what you need to be focused on. You need to find properties that will make you money on day one. And that's what this whole course is about. So now that you've gotten a lender's phone number, and now that you've called them, got a pre-approval letter, and you've gotten clear on your strategy, clear on your location, and clear on how you're going to buy it, you need to learn how to analyze deals, and you're going to be analyzing. If you choose not to get good at this, then this is literally going to be the difference between you being financially free or just owning a few properties that don't cash flow. And trust me, I've met those investors. that are like, yeah, I got a few properties, they pay the bills. In terms of the bills for the house, what's the point of having the house? But just to collect the appreciation? That's nothing. Your money's better in your hand than it is, not 100%, but your money's better in the stock market if that's the case. Don't do it. Your money's better here if you learn how to analyze deals. The number one problem investors have is that they claim that they can't find a property that cash flows. And because they can't find a property that cash flows, they're afraid of making a mistake. Then they say, what if I buy a bad deal? Likely you may have signed up for this course and mentoring program if you had one of these problems, because you couldn't find a property that cash flows because you're afraid of making a mistake on your first deal. What if you bought a bad one and spent tens of thousands of dollars? You know why this happens? It's because you aren't confident in your analysis abilities. Okay? If you were 100% confident in your analysis abilities, then you wouldn't be afraid of making a mistake. You would never buy a bad deal because you know that it's a good deal. And you would never find a property that you wouldn't have trouble finding properties that cash flow. Don't get me wrong, it's difficult, but you would just move to another market if you couldn't find one in those. So if God came to you and said, buy this property, okay, let's cut it back for a second. Even if you don't believe in God, don't hit me with that. If you believe in God, cool. If you don't, then just believe some higher power, okay? If they came to you and said, buy this property, you're going to make $200 in cash flow every month with a 10% return on investment, would you buy it? Every time I've taught this class live, everyone has said yes. No one has said, yeah, why wouldn't I? That makes sense. Our goal is to get as close to confidence in that, in our numbers, just as if God came to us and said that, okay? And the only way to do that is by practice and focusing tightly on your market. This is why we focused on our market ahead of time, okay? Before we get started, we need to cover some basics, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. But what I need you to realize is that this is the number one skill in investing, and you need to commit to it, okay? So commit to it, and I'll see you all in the next one. Okay, now we got cash flow. This is the first metric you need to understand. And you've definitely heard of it before because it's like one of the main terms in real estate. But if you haven't, that's okay. The formula for cash flow is simply cash flow equals your monthly income minus your monthly expenses. And it's represented as a monthly number, and it's usually assumed to be positive. So if someone says, I make $100 a month in cash flow, that means they are making $100 a month. Now, if you're losing money, you usually have to say negative cash flow. So if you are someone that is losing money on your property, then you'd say, I am negative cash flowing $100 per month on this property. This way you understand how the word is used. And it represents what you make every month in the property. This is the passive income. This is the thing that we've all been looking for to be able to quit our jobs. We need to get this cash flow number higher and higher and higher in order for us to get more properties. In order for us to be financially free. So let's take a basic example. Let's say all of the income from a house that I make is $3,000. And all the expenses, including the mortgage, taxes, insurance, repairs, vacancy, all this kind of things, and we'll go into that, equals $2,700. So the cash flow from the property then equals the income minus the expenses, $3,000 minus $2,700. That equals $300. That's how much cash flow we're making. So now that you know what cash flow is, we're going to go a little bit deeper later, but first we need to cover cash on cash ROI. So I'll master cash flow, and I'll see you all in the next one. Cash on cash return on investment. Sometimes it is abbreviated as COCROI, cash on cash ROI. Okay, this is simply a measurement to determine the percentage of a return on a property that you're going to make in the first year based on what you put down. So the formula here is cash on cash ROI equals the pre-tax annual cash flow that you make from a property divided by the down payment plus the closing costs plus the rehab cost. Basically, everything it took for you to get the property in year one. This is what we're trying to use to determine, okay, what's my return on investment going to be? And you do this to compare it to another investment's return. So let's say if you bought one Bitcoin instead of put the money down on an investment property, and the Bitcoin returns 10%. You would likely want to buy the Bitcoin versus the investment property if you could not get 10% on your return from the investment property. Right? You need to compare the stock market, for example. Stock markets on average, I've heard numbers all the way between 5 and 8% or 5 and 10%. So let's say it's 7% return. If your property can beat a 7% return, then you need to figure out, okay, this is what I'm going to be okay with. 7% return, I'm okay with buying a property because I'll have all the other benefits. Remember the 4 ways you make money in real estate? You'll have all the other benefits as well. So you just need to compare what your investment is going to be for this house and what it could be done elsewhere. And a basic example that we're going to use is, let's say the total down payment for the house that you had to buy was $100,000, but it only makes you $1,000 a year. Then your cash on cash ROI, the pre-tax annual cash flow is $1,000. And then the total down payment for the house was $100,000. So your cash on cash ROI is only 1%. That's very low. You can get that in a bank account these days. So this is just a measurement tool. So now that you understand what cash on cash return on investment is, I want you to come up with your standard for what percentage you're going to be looking for when you buy a property. Okay? For me, it's 8%. If I can make an 8% cash on cash ROI, then I'm going for it. Okay? That combined with my standard for cash flow, which for me is $150 per unit. If I'm making $150 per unit, then for me, and at 8% return on investment, then for me it's worth it. 100%. Those are my standards. What are yours? You need to write those down. Fill those out in the document, and I'll get back to you with the next one. What we're going to do is now we're going to cover the income and the expenses, the actual breakdown of the calculation so you know each individual part. So, income, right? There's multiple types of income, and in this video we're going to be talking about rental income specifically. All income is how you make money from a property. There's a few different ways. Rental income is the money you make from your tenants paying rent. This is why you get into rentals to begin with, right? It's the main source of income from a property. Don't expect it to come a lot from other sources, but this is the main source. And how do you get this number? I have a rental predictor you can use, and I'll leave you a link to that. Otherwise, you can use a website called Rentometer, or you can use a website if we're looking for specific addresses. BiggerPockets has an analysis tool as well. Or you can look at Zillow. Take a look at listings on Zillow and Trulia. Get at least 25 of them. Write down the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, square foot, and the price it rents for. And that'll give you a good idea of what a fair sense for market rents are. You'll start seeing like, okay, a 3-bed, 2-bath, about 1,000 square feet can probably rent from anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200, right? Something like that. You want to get an idea of what the rents can be. That's what this is for. The more accurate you can get using Rentometer, my rental predictor, or BiggerPockets analysis tool first, that's the best. The second thing you can do is you can ask after the Trulia and Zillow, the third thing you can do is ask an agent for a set of closed rental listings within the last 90 days and do the same thing, okay? If you have the closed rental listings, you know exactly what they're being rented out for. So it's more accurate than the Trulia or Zillow method. So you can take the closed rental listings within the last 90 days, write them all out, the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, square footage, and the price it rents for. This way you can get an idea of what the rents are going to be in that area. The closer to that property, the better as well, because that will help you determine, okay, it's, only 1 mile away and it's the same exact type of property. It could probably rent for the same amount. You want to get as many data points, the better. I'm saying at least 25, so you got a good amount of them. All right, so that's rental income, and then we'll come back and talk about the next forms of income. Okay, so now we got other types of income. First off, we got washer and dryer. This is the income you make if you have a washer and dryer that's coin-based in the unit that people can pay for, right? And the way you get it is you honestly can't really charge more than $2 per load. So even in New York City, I couldn't see anything that was $2 or more per load. So you may have, if it is in place before you buy it, you can ask for the previous amounts that the tenants have spent to get an idea of what it comes to. Okay, but this is likely not going to be a large portion of your income. It's just going to cover some bills, some lighter utilities, maybe if you have to pay those. Next up is you have storage. Storage is any extra space. You can rent it out to tenants to store stuff. You'd be surprised how many times tenants want extra space to store things. So a basement or a garage, a basement in a multi-unit or a garage in a multi-unit, these kinds of things can be rented out to someone for a couple extra $100 a month. I rent out the storage in my first property, is a garage on the property, for an extra $100 a month, and then they also are doing an extra $100 in repairs over the year. So the way you get this number is there must be extra space for it, okay? You got to have the extra space. If you don't have it, you can't really do the storage. But you can look at how much storage units nearby cost and use that for the high end of your numbers, right? Because storage units usually have more amenities for their things, like they got lots of locks, higher security, that kind of thing, maybe more dedicated space, whereas you might be able to charge a little bit less than that because you have you're likely not going to have like high-tech locks, high-tech cameras, that kind of thing to protect people's stuff. Even though it's in their house, you can't really charge as much as a storage unit, but you can charge somewhat like the storage unit. Next up is parking income. This can be the income you make from renting out a space where you have a driveway or parking lot. Think an apartment complex, right, where they have a parking garage attached to it, and they charge people who live there like $100 a month or $200 a month, right? This is a way they make extra money for renting out the parking spots. You must have the parking space for this. Usually this is not the case, unless if you're buying a larger building, but I'm offering it here just in case if you need to get creative. So you can look at how much a nearby unit is charging if you have something like that, or you can look at what a nearby parking lot or parking garage uses. Now, if there's anything else I missed in terms of income, let me know. I want to know because I want to make more income too. So shoot me a text or whatever, let me know. And these are the forms of income that I've seen. And now we're going to move on to what the costs are for a property. I'll see you all in the next one. First, let's cover the one-time expenses, the things you'll pay at closing usually. These are all under what's called closing costs for the most part. And this is when you pay to buy the house, aka on closing day, hence why they're called closing costs. So these things are usually anywhere between 2% and 5% of the home value. Depends on your market, depends on your lender. It's difficult to say for sure. I always like to buffer 5% just to be sure that that's how much I need. And the things that make up closing costs are things like mortgage insurance, homeowner's insurance, like the insurance you need for the house, right? Appraisal fees, the fee that you need to pay for in order to figure out how much the house will be worth. Property taxes. If you're buying it in the middle of the year, you're going to have to pay back the seller for some of the property taxes that they paid already. Leftover utilities, if they paid for a water bill or sewer bill or that kind of thing, you're going to have to pay them back for it. Lawyer fees. If you get a lawyer to help you with closing, the lawyer is going to help you there. Title and insurance fees. To get the title, you need insurance. You get fees along with that, so that's part of it. The origination fee. This is a fee they literally charge you just for getting the loan. Like just for creating the loan, they charge you 1%. Just a way for them to make more money. And then next up is points to reduce the loan interest rate, which is what we'll talk about in the next section. But just keep in mind that these are closing costs. And when you're calculating, what I want you to do is measure anywhere between 2 and 5%. I would do 5% just to be safe. So we'll remember that, and we'll move on to the next one. Mortgage points. These are known as discount points. This is also another one-time expense that you'll pay as part of the closing costs. Okay, this is a special one. Fees. These are fees that are paid directly to the lender at closing in order to get a lower interest rate. So this is known as buying down the rate. If you're talking to a lender and they say you could buy down the rate for 2 points or something like that and get a 0.5 rate drop, what they mean is a point is equal to 1% of the mortgage amount. So think about $1,000 for every $100,000 in a loan. If you pay $1,000 now, they will reduce your interest rate by some amount. That depends on the lender. That depends on who you're talking to. So you may want to pay down mortgage points now in order to get a lower interest rate in the future. If you plan on holding the loan for a while, it makes sense, right? That's what we're here for. If not, then you don't need to worry about this as much. You don't need to pay any extra mortgage points, all right? So keep in mind that these are mortgage points, and you only want to add these into your calculation if and only if you plan on buying down the rate, okay? So I'll catch you all in the next one. The last of the one-time expenses are rehab costs, and you would usually pay these after closing day, meaning you have the property already, but you still have to pay these one-time expenses. And this is basically if the property has things that came up on the inspection report that need to get fixed, or if there are things that you wanted to fix in order to make it more rentable or livable for your tenants. These are rehab costs. And these are just the costs you're going to pay a contractor in order to get the job done, or that you're going to pay for materials and if you're going to do it yourself. And if you have no basis whatsoever, like you have no contractor, you don't know anything about fixing anything, which seems to be a problem for a lot of people, then what I want you to use is these ranges to figure out of how much you think it's going to be. So if you think something is a minor rehab, you can put anywhere between $0 and $10,000. If it's a decent rehab, I would put anything between $10,000 and $20,000. If it's a larger rehab, then I would put anywhere between $20,000 and $50,000. If it's a complete rehab, meaning you're gutting the whole inside of the house, $50,000 to $100,000. And if you're doing a new build, it's got to be at least $100,000 down. The one way to make this number more accurate is by getting a contractor to come walk the property with you and give you the numbers based off of how much it's going to cost. Okay, that's the most important part. All right, next up, we'll be talking about the different monthly costs you're going to have, and that's part of our cash flow calculation. I'll see you all in the next one. Now we have a lot of expenses. And this is the part that you're going to need to nail down tight. First up, we're going to cover the mortgage. All right, you probably know what this is at this point, but this is the loan that the bank is going to give you to buy the house. You're going to pay a little bit of interest every single month and the original amount of the loan that you owed, that you borrowed from the bank every month. And the way the loans usually start out is you'll typically pay more interest up front, like it'll be 99% interest and then 1% principal. And every month that goes by, you'll start paying a little bit more principal and a little bit less interest. A little bit more principal, a little bit less interest, all the way till the 30 years or 15 years, whatever you get. So the way you get this number is you need a home price in order to get this. Okay. And you need to know the interest rate in which you can get from the loan officer. So you've already spoken to a loan officer. If you got this far, I won't let you go by. You need to speak to the loan officer, get your rate, what he can give you. And then what you're going to do is head over to this mortgage calculator and you're going to type in, okay, how much am I going to get on my loan? Let's say you're going to get a house with a loan of $200,000, meaning you're going to get the price of the house you're going to get is higher than that based off of what you put down. So if you put 25% down, 200, let's say you're getting would it be like something like a $250,000 house, and let's say your interest rate was a 3.5. Right, this is the number we need, and you're going to pay it over 30 years. This is what your monthly payment's going to be, $898. Okay, huge difference, $898. So now you know what your monthly mortgage payment is, and you're going to put that in the deal analyzer spreadsheet. Okay, right here, your purchase price. You're going to put down your down payment percentage, your interest rate, and that's going to give you, that's going to count what your loan amount is and what your monthly mortgage payment is. It'll automatically calculate for you on the deal analyzer spreadsheet. Yep, so that's it for mortgage payment. Next up, we'll talk about the taxes. So next up is taxes. If you remember, taxes and property taxes are the amount of money you're going to have to pay annually to pay to the town for owning the house that you're in, okay, and the land. It's usually paid quarterly if you own the house cash. But if you don't own the house cash and you have a mortgage, you can pay this number, you can pay this monthly, all right? So it'll automatically be part of your mortgage. Sorry for the unclarity there. They're going to, if you have a mortgage, they're going to make you escrow, meaning take that money out of your bank account and put it in the mortgage just so they have it to pay the taxes every single month. So you get this number. You can get it straight from the listing online. So let's take a look on Zillow, and I'll show you how you can do it. Let's assume I'm going to look for a property right near me. Hold up. Okay, let's just look up. Okay, cool. We're in Austin. Now let's say, okay, we want to buy this new construction house, $308,000. Let's see what property taxes are going to be. You can scroll down to the bottom here. There's no tax cost. Oh, because this is a new construction. Haha. So let's pretend that we're not going to look for a new construction house, and we're going to look for a house like this. It's already been built. It's been around for a few years. You can scroll down and see what the price history was. In 2019, the property taxes, okay, they don't give you the number here, but you have, let's see if we can get complete tax history. You get 7,802, okay, in 2018. So you can assume it's a little higher. I would put it at least 8,000. Let's pull up another one. Let's see, this one's 300,000. Okay, so in 2019, you have 4,277. Right, that's how much its property taxes are. So you take this number, and you could put it in your spreadsheet, and that would be $4,277. Okay, so $4,277, and then automatically update on the right-hand side of what the monthly amount is for property taxes. So $356 per month. That's the number that you need to use in your calculation. Anyway, the spreadsheet will do it for you automatically, and once you get the number, you can also look on your county website too if you can't get it from Zillow or MLS. But this is exactly how you get your taxes, and we'll move on to the next one, which is insurance. Home insurance is the amount you have to pay annually for the home insurance, okay? It's paid yearly. Normally, when you buy the house, you can pay upfront a year, or you could pay like 3 months down or something like that if you buy cash. If you buy it with the mortgage, it's going to be included in your monthly payments. You're going to have to escrow money ahead of time for the insurance. And you get this number by speaking to a home insurance broker, right? We've talked about this in the entire step-by-step process. You talk to an insurance broker, you get it, and they'll give you a quote. That's if you want a specific number, and the more specific, the better. The other thing you can do is you can ask the current owner for the property the amount that they're currently paying. That would be huge, okay? Because they can tell you exactly what you're paying this year, and hopefully you can get a similar rate. You can also ask the real estate agent for numbers they've used in the past. The way I've seen it is the home insurance price will go up depending on the price of the house. So the higher the price, the higher the insurance, and its location. And what you want to do is once you get the number, you divide it by 12 to get the monthly number. For me, in my area, I've used something on average like $1,200 for a house that was about $150,000. A few of my properties are like that, so I know the numbers in my area. You need to call up a home insurance broker to get this number very specifically. This way you can figure out, or you can speak to your real estate agent and ask them to confirm this number, okay? But so then once you type in the annual number here, it'll come up and give you the monthly number here. These are the numbers that are going to matter in the end for your monthly cash flow. So once you have that, then you can move on to the next one. The next cost to a property that you need to factor in is called PMI or MIP. And this is private mortgage insurance premium. Okay, this is the monthly cost on top of your mortgage if you decided to put less than 20% down. Ever since 2008, they make sure that you're going to put 20% down, or they're going to charge you more money because it's risky for them for you to over leverage yourself. Okay, so the less money you put down, the more you're going to owe. And how do you get this number? From your loan officer, obviously. The number on average is 0.55 to 2.25% of your loan. And you can go and calculate it here on this website. Go here and calculate on this website. And you could figure out what your PMI is going to be. Where's the calculator at? All right, cool. It took a little to load. So let's say you're planning on buying a $200,000 house, not a $20,000, but a $200,000. And let's say you plan on putting down only 20% or $20,000. That's 10%. Okay, so they're going to charge you a mortgage insurance premium, and let's say your interest rate is a 3.5, and now what you can do is, okay, so at the low rate it's going to be 75, or you can go up to 2.25. See, okay, so it can go all the way from 75 to $338 per month, and it's telling you here is a 0.41 to 2.25 depending on your credit score, loan to value, and debt to income ratio. You can get this number specifically from your lender, but in order to figure out how much your monthly PMI is going to be, I would come here and figure out, okay, my mortgage insurance rate, my lender says it's going to be a 2%. Okay, so now my monthly PMI is going to be 300 on this property. So you can do that and put that into the where's my PMI? Right here. You could put PMI right here, 300. So now it'll change your cash flow. All right. Okay, do that, and I will, if you're going to put down less than 20%, and then I'll catch you in the next one. Next up is HOA fees, and this is a homeowners association fee. The house that I'm in right now has to pay about $60 per month for HOA fees, and it's simply just like if you live in a development where there's people that work on the common areas, or you have a pool with a common area, an apartment complex, or if you're in an apartment complex and you have a condo, then there's people that pay for the common areas. Basically anywhere where there's common areas, if you just don't own a stand-free home that isn't part of some sort of association, then you're going to pay an HOA fee. And this is just a standard amount you're going to have to pay monthly to assist in maintaining the property in the association. Sometimes it'll go towards your utilities, reserved for repairs, but usually pays for fixing and maintaining common areas. So you get it from the actual listing, and we can ask a real estate agent for some help. So I'm going to pull up, or you can ask the current owner for what they pay for it. So I'm going to pull up my, so if I go to this property that I just made an offer on, you can see on the listing, when you scroll all the way down, it says association fee, $600. This is annual, okay? This means I'm going to pay $600 annually to cover common area maintenance. That's how much it costs. Unfortunately, $600 extra dollars. So if I come back here and my HOA fees, I would divide 60 divided by 12, so that makes it $50. Okay? So if my HOA is $50, then it's going to add up. All right? You're going to want that in there to make sure that you count that in as a cost. So once you do that, you can find it on any property. I'll catch you on the next one. The next cost you need to factor in is property management. Property management is basically when you hire a person who can act as the landlord of the property. They're going to maintain it, handle most of the tenant's requests. They're going to reach out to you if they need permission for something or if they need to fix something larger. And they get paid in 3 different ways usually. Once as part of the percentage of the monthly rent, between 6 and 15%. Okay, I've had 6 on the low end and 15% on the high end per of the monthly rent. So that's, if the rent's $100, they'd get paid $6 or $15. But you know, if it's $1,000, then it's $60 to $150. And once they place a new tenant in, that's another way they make money. And usually they'll make somewhere between 25% of the first month's rent to 100% of the first month's rent. When there's a project happening, like a big fix, they need to be there to manage it, and usually need to pay them for their time. So those are the 3 different ways they'll make money. How do you get this number? Actually, is by you ask other investors and what they're paying, because other investors pay property managers. That's who investors hire, property managers. You can also call up multiple property management costs and see what their costs are. You could also ask what the property management costs are on the current property. If they have a property manager, they can tell you, yeah, it costs $200 a month or something, $100 a month, whatever it is. And then third is you can call up a few like I mentioned this, call up a few property management companies and explain their situation and see what they cost. So the way I look at it is you want to go ahead and on your deal analyzer spreadsheet, you want to write down what the percentages for the management fees are. Once you figure out your number, if it's 7, it'll lower it. If it's, if it's 12, it'll decrease your cash flow. That's the issue, because there's a higher cost every single month. So figure out what your number is and then come back and we'll talk about the next cost. Okay, the next set of costs are repairs, capital expenditures, and vacancies. Okay, we're going to wrap these all into one big one because they're all very similar and they all do similar things. First off, you have repairs. Repairs are a savings buffer used to cover the cost of repairs per month. This is represented as a percentage of monthly rent, okay? And you get it by looking at the property and seeing what kind of condition it's in, right? So if it's in a really great condition, meaning in perfect condition, I would say 5%. If it's in bad condition, I would say 12%. Like you really need a lot of fixes. If it's okay, 8%. Okay, I would put 8% as most of the properties that I see. Anything that's in terrible shape, usually you'll fix it up ahead of time and you won't have to do 12%. The next up is capital expenditures, okay? And this is a savings buffer used to cover the cost of any fixes you're going to need to improve the property. And I want you to think about this as a new roof, a driveway, a new refrigerator. These are things you put in that raise the value of the property. And this is also represented as a percentage of the monthly rent because these are savings, okay? These three that we're going to be talking about in this video are savings. They're ways to proactively put money to the side in the case that something happens. Because I don't want to take money out of my pocket to pay for repairs, capital expenditures, and vacancies. I want my property to pay for those kinds of things. So I want to save this money to the side in case if something comes up and needs to be fixed. So you get this number by looking on the condition of the items. You can look at the real true ways to list out all of the items and then say, okay, the roof is 10 years old, it'll need to be fixed in 5. The driveway is 5 years old, needs to be fixed in 5. And it costs this kind of amount and divide it, right? That's very complicated and very difficult. This is why I'd rather use the blanket formula here. Again, 5% for something that's in great shape, and then 12% for something that's in terrible shape that'll need to be fixed soon, because you need to start building up that savings sooner. And then the last one is vacancy. Vacancy is just another savings buffer used to cover the cost of the property when it's vacant, right? If the property goes vacant and you can't pay for the mortgage, what are you going to do? This is why you need a savings buffer to cover for that. And you get it depending on how rentable the property is and the vacancy rate of the town. So if the property is super rentable and the vacancy rate of the town is low, then you can do 5% no problem. So if you got a high quality unit with low vacancy in the town, I would put 5%. If it's a low quality unit and the town is a very high vacancy rate, I would put somewhere like 10%. But vacancy rate is something you can control depending on how high quality your unit is and where you buy. So these are the three different ones, and the way they're represented on the deal analyzer is by a percentage of the rent. So if your repairs are 5%, it'll take 5% of the rent, which is over here, 5% of the income over here, and it'll give you that number. Same with vacancy, it's 5%. Capital expenditures. If I raise this to 10% for capital expenditures, it bumps up to 300 and then reduces our cash flow. So you need to pay attention to these kinds of things. Okay, so now that you've gotten that, we'll come back here for the next cost, utilities. The next cost for a landlord or a property owner is utilities, okay? And in general, the way you're going to get this the best is either by speaking to the owner of the property and asking what the costs are now, getting a local company by calling them or calling the department to get a quote and saying, hey, I need a quote for the water bill or I need a quote for snow removal, or you can get a quote from another investor. This is why this is all bulked together. If you can get this number more accurately, then you can get a better idea of what your costs are going to be. In some towns, you don't pay for some of these. Like, for example, in Texas, for the most part, it seems like that you don't have to pay for any of these utilities. But in New Jersey, where I invest, I have to pay for water and sewer, whereas the tenant can pay for the rest, except for lawn care. I have to pay for water and sewer and lawn care on a multifamily. So the water and sewer is the first one, right? This is the water the tenants use. In some areas, you're going to have to pay it. In some others, you don't. The electric, this is the lights and electricity, and you may have to cover it if it's not metered properly. So if you have a multi-unit and there's only one meter, you may have to pay for both tenants and then have them reimburse you some way, shape, or form. That's why I recommend if you're going to buy a multi-unit property, you buy it with multiple meters, 1 meter per unit. So that's one way around it. Third is heat. Okay, heat you may have to pay for. Again, I don't, and this will only really be used in some areas where it actually gets cold. Snow removal. If you remove snow from the driveway and walkways, local companies will probably do this only if it snows there again. So this may not affect you. You got garbage removal. This is for someone to remove the garbage, and sometimes this is paid as part of your taxes. For my area, it is. For yours, it may not be. And then next up is lawn care. If it has a lawn, you're gonna need this, and you're gonna have to get it mowed. If you got an apartment, you're not gonna have to need it. So the way these are represented on the deal analyzer is they're individually listed out, and once you have a number for them, you can add them in here. So for example, I have to pay $15 for garbage every month. It adds to my expenses and then reduces for my cash flow. This is what you're going to need to pay attention to. All right, so once you figured that out, we'll come back and we'll take a look at the deal analyzer flowchart. Deal analyzer flowchart. And the reason why we're going to look at this is because it shows you how my mind works and how you should start thinking when you look at deals to analyze them. And it's meant to be a step-by-step flowchart so you follow it all the way through. So let's say we're starting, and this is just to give you the scope of this is like, okay, you're looking at properties on Zillow or Trulia or on listings on the MLS. And how do I go from seeing it on Zillow all the way to making an offer? So we're going to first go to Zillow or Trulia or my MLS, and we're going to find a property that we like. We're going to analyze it, and we're going to analyze it using the deal analyzer or another analyzer if you have one, right? And that's going to give you your strategy, okay? We're going to analyze it, and once we've analyzed it, we're going to use rough numbers and an asking price. So, for example, if we're analyzing this property, we're going to use $300,000 as our asking price because we're going to assume that we're going to get it at asking price to start off. And we're going to run it with numbers that we have rough in our head. Okay, so maybe we don't know the rents 100%. Maybe we don't know what the utilities will cost us, but we're going to estimate them at the best of our ability. And then we're going to say, okay, does this meet our cash flow and cash-on-cash ROI standards? Remember, we made those a few videos ago. Mine are $150 a month, and then it's a 8% return on investment. So if it doesn't, but it wasn't too far off, then we go here. We're going to analyze the deal again, trying different numbers for rents, cost, prices, and financing methods. So this is where we get a little bit creative. Okay, we start trying out with a cheaper home price. Okay, instead of $300, maybe we will ask for $275 or $285 and see what that does to the loan. Maybe we'll change the financing method to seller financing and only put 5% down. How does that change our cash-on-cash ROI? Or for our rents, maybe it can rent for an extra $100 a month. So we start thinking about these other options, and then once we try one, we come back here and ask us again, does it meet our cash flow and cash-on-cash ROI standards? Now, if it was way off, then you just simply move on to the next property because it'll be too hard to cash flow. Like if you need to offer $100,000 less and you're in a hot market, good luck. It's not going to work. You just move on to the next one. That's fine. But if it does meet your cash-on-cash ROI standards, and if you ran it a few different times and it still didn't work, also move on to the next property. You tried it, you try to be creative, just move on. But if it does meet your cash-on-cash ROI standards, right away, call up or text your agent and say, I want to go see X property. So if I wanted to see this one, I would say, I want to see 11716 Rotherham Drive, Austin, Texas, 7573. And then when I get there, I'm either going to take notes or record a video while I'm there. If there's people in it, usually I will just take notes. If there's no people in it, usually I'll record. While you're there, you want to check assumptions from your first calculation. So remember, here we made assumptions on what the property would rent for, what the property would go for, what things need to be fixed, what kind of costs I would be paying for. Your assumptions will then be checked here when you go get it and you speak to the agent a little bit more and they find out more information. Then what happens is once you have these new assumptions and you find out like, oh, it's going to cost $10,000 to fix this, maybe I'll offer a little bit less, you'll reanalyze the deal with new assumptions. So then you'll come back here once you reanalyze the deal with the new assumptions and say, does it meet your cash flow and cash-on-cash ROI standards? If it does, then make an offer where your numbers actually work because you've tested it a bunch of times. And if not, you can either try to analyze them again or just move on to the next one. It's that simple. So this is how you should start thinking about a property yourself when you're going through it, okay? So I'm going to give you guys have access to this. I wanted to explain it to you so you can see how I think and go through this a few different times if you need help with it. But just remember, we're going to look at properties, first make a guess, then check our guess and try to be creative and find ways to get the property, because ultimately you're going to need to try to be creative in the end to find something. Usually things on the MLS aren't just going to work as is. Okay. So that is the case, and we'll move on to the next one. We'll learn some shorthands for analyzing deals. Okay, so before we actually analyze deals in full, let's take a look at a few shorthands for analyzing deals, things you can do quickly in order to determine cash flow or determine if something will cash flow. The first one we have is the 1% rule, and the 1% rule is simply just a number that says if the monthly rent divided by the price of the house is equal to 1%, then you can move on to the next step and go actually analyze it, okay, and go check it out. That's a quick shorthand to determine, is this thing going to work? Is this thing not going to work? So an example is if you have a house that rents for $1,000 per month, but the home is worth $100,000, then $1,000 divided by $100,000 equals 1%. So I would then take a look at it and say, okay, it's time for me to analyze this a little bit farther and do the full analyzing. The next rule you have is the 50% rule. Okay, so this is a way to estimate your expenses on the property to be about 50% of your rental income, not including your mortgage payment. So we're going to take the same example. If the rental income is $1,000 per month, assume it's going to cost $500 a month to maintain the property. So what you're going to do is subtract the mortgage payment and the 50% assumption to get what your cash flow is going to be. It's just a way to measure cash flow. It's a shorthand for cash flow. So if your home price is $100,000 and your mortgage amount with 25% down, this is what we're assuming here, is that that means that you'll have a $75,000 loan we're just assuming a 3.5% interest rate over 30 years. That means your monthly mortgage payment is going to be $337 per month. So your cash flow, using the 50% rule, is $1,000 minus $500 minus $337, which equals $163 cash flow per month. So according to the 50% rule, this property is going to cash flow $163 a month. Again, this is just a quick shorthand instead of pulling up all of those numbers. You may want to use the 1% rule. The way I look at it is I first do the 1% rule. Does it work? Okay. If I do the 1% rule, does the 50% rule work? Okay. If the 50% rule works and meets my standards, then I analyze it deeper. It allows me to quickly determine, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? So what I want you to do is start practicing using these on properties. And now we're going to start analyzing deals together in the next one. All right, so in this video, we are going to analyze an example property to show you what it would be like if you wanted to analyze one when you're getting ready to start doing it. So I'm going to pick, let's go Little Rock, Arkansas. So I have multifamily selected. We're going to do a single family first, just so I can show you what it's like to do a single family, and then we'll build off of there. We're going to do what it's like for a single family and multifamily, and then if you're going to do a house hack. So this way you can get an example of both. All right, so let's just pick any old property here. Okay, so firstly, what I do when I come look at the property is I read it and I look at the pictures to get an idea of what's going on. So 145, 4-bed, 2-bath, 1,189 square feet is for sale. Single family residence. What does it say? Check out this 4-bed, 1.5-bath home located in the heart of Little Rock. Home has been updated with new kitchen, including new cabinets and granite countertops. All new stainless steel appliance will be installed prior to closing. Both bathrooms have been updated, new floor, painting, faucets, and fixtures. Move in throughout the home. Complete this update and move in ready. So basically, they're trying to get it on the market ASAP because they know that this is a flip clearly, and they don't want to lose it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up, use Rentometer. So first thing is I'm going to look at the rents. This is the deal analyzer spreadsheet. What you're going to do when you have a new property, you're going to duplicate it, duplicate the property template. This is going to create a new sheet. Okay. I'm going to rename this sheet with the name of the address. Okay. Now I'm going to come in here. I'm going to change the address. If you'd like, you could take a screenshot of this picture, put it here, click insert property photo here. You're going to,
You go insert image, insert in cell, and then browse. I got to do the picture that I just had, just so you can get a screenshot of the property in there so you can see what it's like. All right. So now what I'm going to do, first thing we need to do is look at the income from the property. All right. So let's enter this property, and we have it listed as a 4-bed, 1.5 bath. So let's analyze it and see what we can get for rent. Okay. So rental for this property would be $1,095 a month. That's the average. And you can see it shows different ones here. I highly recommend use Rentometer. It's very cheap for what it will help you with. All right. So $1,095. Now, the next thing we need to do is write the purchase price, $145. Go. $145. $145,000. Okay. Now, a closing cost. I have an automatic calculation set up here, but if you want to be conservative, you could do 5% for closing costs. Since it's a single family home, you're only going to have to put 20% down. Okay. Now, your interest rate. Let's say you're using a conventional loan. Right now, conventional loans, as I'm recording this, we'll say are about 7%. All right. 7% is the interest rate. You'll have 0 points. You can always add that later. Loan term, that's how long the loan is. So 30 represents 30 years. Estimated rehab costs. The house is brand spanking new. You're not going to need anything. PMI, as long as you put 20% down, you won't need anything. All right. Now, annual property taxes. You can come to the Zillow listing and find them here. We're looking, we're scrolling. They're somewhere on the bottom. There we go. Property taxes. That's why I love Arkansas. Property taxes are cheap. $725. All right. $725 is the property taxes a year. That alone reduced our cash flow a lot. Our home insurance, because it is a $145,000 house, it's probably somewhere around $110. I'm going to estimate $110, and you get better at this over time, but I'm estimating $110 a month. $110 a month. So that is, Alexa, what's 110 times 12?
110 times 12 is 1,320.
Boom. All right. Now, repairs, vacancy, and CapEx. Because this is a brand new house, I'm not going to save much for repairs. I'm going to do 5%. Again, capital expenditures, I'm only going to save 5%. Vacancy, right now, rentals are being filled up pretty quickly, so I might do 5%. Because it's a brand new house, I'm only going to save a little bit. Property management. I have a property manager there that costs me 8%. Or if this is you, you would call them up. Now, because it's a single family home, you won't have to pay any water, sewer, gas. Now, what you have to pay comes from the state, okay? So some states I have to pay water, some states I don't. I don't think it snows much in Little Rock. Garbage, HOA fees, other 50. All right. So now we've added up all the costs. We've added up our rent. This property now makes us negative $99 a month with a negative 3.8 ROI. So this would be a bad property. But now how you would look at it is you're like, okay, maybe there's a way I can make more money. So let's say you go to the property. I'm going to give you an example. You go to the property and there's a shed in the back. Okay. So you think you could rent it out for a little bit more. You could rent it out for $1,195. You can rent it out for an extra $100 a month. Okay. Now you become closer to break even. Okay. Then let's say maybe there's actually a second full bedroom, because second full bathroom. So the rent is maybe $1,250 instead, right? Now we're $20 up per month with only a 0.67% ROI. Then you say maybe because the market's going down, you can get this property for $125, not for $145. Boom. $126 now you're at. And then let's say you found a way, insurance ended up being, I don't know, $1,000. Now you're making $150 a month. It's still a 5% ROI. Do you see the point? The point here is that you can run the numbers and change the numbers in the formula to see what you can do in real life and what things would happen. So it helps you plan out exactly what you need to do. You need to start thinking this way, and you can use this flow chart to help you start thinking this way. Now, let's give you the example of a small multifamily home. This way you can get the idea of what it would be like to calculate cash flow on a small multifamily home. Done. It's crazy seeing homes that have been on the market for years still on the market. All right, I'm going to go lowest to highest. All right, let's do this one. See what we got. So remember, I'm going to create a new sheet here. Duplicate, new sheet. And when a property doesn't work, you could always delete the analysis. This way you can keep this nice and clean for you. Okay. I'm going to change this address. I'm going to screenshot a picture of this house so I get an idea of it. In here, insert image in cell, upload, desktop. All right. So you can write any notes about the property here. Here we go. So it says low price and good rents make this a winner. One side is a 2-1. Sorry, no photos of that side yet. Other side is a large 1-bed, 1-bath with large breakfast and dining area. Tree shaded yard, enjoyed for cookouts, long-term tenants, special financing available for qualified owner occupants, including $8,000 grant, 24-hour minimum notice to show, may not get into all units, call listing, blah, 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 blah. All right, so let's go. So its asking price is $104,000. Okay. Now, this is the difference between a multifamily and a single family, is that with the multifamily, you need to check the rents for two different types of units. In this case, we have a 2-bed, 1-bath. Okay. And a 1-bed, 1-bath. Let's just do all for this one to get an average. $759. All right, $759 is what we got for the 2-bed, 1-bath. And then let's check the 1-bed, 1-bath. $578. Okay, so Alexa, what's $759 plus $578?
759 plus 578 is 1,337.
Just go 1,325. Okay, so this is what our rental income is. Because we have two different units, right, we need to be able to make sure that this works out for both of us. So purchase price closing costs, I'm going to change that to 5% just to be safe. Now, because it's a multifamily home, you have to put 25% down. You're also going to have a slightly higher interest rate, so I'm going to leave this at 7.5. Let's look at the pictures to see if we need any rehab. Well, there's tenants living in there, so you don't need any rehab, so we'll leave this 0 for now. Property taxes, let's take a look at that. Love Arkansas because they're nice and low. $480, man, can't beat that. $480. I'm assuming you're going to be able to get insurance for $1,200 a year. Repairs, this property is not in as good shape, so you're going to have to use 8%, I would say. Your vacancy, I'm assuming 5%. It's already rented out. And another 8%. Your management is going to cost you somewhere around 10%. Okay. All right, sorry, my management here is cost 8%. Now, if the property is properly metered, this is another thing you need to watch out for multifamily homes. If it is properly metered, meaning it's set up to be a duplex or it's set up to be that unit, there should be a meter for each one, okay? So if there is, then great. You won't have to pay any of these utilities and you will start making some extra money. Okay, you are going to have to probably pay a little bit for lawn costs, so we'll go $75 a month for lawn. All right. Now, we've analyzed this as if you weren't living there. This is a small multifamily home that you're not going to live in. This is going to be an investment property. It makes $180 a month, $694. So maybe if this sits on the market for a little bit, I would say, I'm going to offer $90,000. right? And just like that, our cash flow goes up. This is a formula you can play around with. Okay, now I want to show you what it's like if you live there. Let's say you wanted to house hack this. You would keep a lot of these things the same, but we'll change a few things. All right. So if you remember, our rent was $578 for the 1-bed, 1-bath in this duplex, and then the 2-bed, 1-bath was $759. So let's say I decided to rent out the 2-bed, 1-bath, and I wanted to live in the other side, the 500 side. So I would subtract. So it was 750. Let's say you get 750 for the left unit. All right. So 750 is what you're getting for the left unit. Now, if you live in the property, you can put 3.5% down. All right. So your down payment's a lot lower. Now your interest rate will probably drop because it's not an investment property anymore. It's a property you're going to live in. So you might get a 6.5. Property tax is going to stay the same. Repairs are going to stay the same. Vacancy. Maybe you wouldn't manage it in this scenario, but I would still save the 8% just in case things go wrong. All right. But so while you're living there, you can look at it and say, all right, I'm going to manage it because I'm living there. And then you're also going to have to pay half of the utilities. So maybe this is $25 a month, another $25 a month, another $25 a month, HOA fees. All right. So the expenses for this property cost you about $996.45 and you're making $750. So at the end of the month, if you don't save any money while you're living there, this is another thing you could do to save some more to make sure that, okay, good, to see what it's like. It only will cost you $88 a month, $89 a month to live there, okay? Then when you move out, you would change the analysis to because now you have a unit to rent back out again, $1,325. You would get property management company, so this would be 8%. This would go back to 8%. This would go back to 8%. This would go back to 5%. I'm showing you how you would go around this whole process. You'd still keep the same down payment and loan amount, but now your electric will be covered by another tenant, water, gas, whatever you have will be covered by another tenant. You'll still have to pay lawn. But now look at it. It's a 27% return on investment with a $176 cash flow every single month. You only put $4,500 for closing costs and $3,150 for your down payment. Okay? That's a huge ROI. That's great stuff. It means in 4 years, you'll have all your money back. That's huge. So in 4 years, you could do it all over again with a similar house, similar. Now, this is assuming the $90K purchase price. But we have to make our assumptions, and our assumptions help us determine what we need to do as rental property investors. All right. So I showed you 3 different ways: how to house hack, how to get a small multifamily home, and how to analyze a property for a single family home. There's a lot of other ways you can analyze properties as well, but this is the way if you're going to do those 3 things. And I'm showing you my numbers, the way I'm conservative. You could always edit your numbers, but if you want to follow my process, that's what I do.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the package where we discuss the entire home buying process step by step. Now, I want to preface this whole thing. It's going to be very hard to have an exact step-by-step process. So what I will do is, as this goes on, especially because every single state is different. If you buy in a different country, it's a little bit different. But just know that what I'm talking about is from my experience from buying in New Jersey, Arkansas, and Ohio. And I can tell you that this is how it works. And I will try to add a little bit of flavor here and there just so you can understand where things might be different in different states. Step 1 is to call a mortgage lender. Assuming at this point in time you figured out where you're going to buy and what your strategy is, you got to call a mortgage lender. This is the first thing you got to do. And if you want to learn more about just getting a lender, we have a whole section on funding in the funding package. So step 1 is you got to call a mortgage lender. Most of us who are starting out are not going to have all the cash to buy an investment property. So we're going to need to get money from a loan somehow. And that's when we call banks. And depending on what your type of loan is, if you're going to use a hard money loan or if you're going to use a conventional loan, you're going to need to reach out to different types of lenders. And you could find them through your network, meaning people that you know, other people that bought houses, going on Bigger Pockets, seeing what they offer.
I have connections with lenders that I've talked about in the funding package. You can get it from your real estate agent. You can get it from Google just by doing Google search for credit unions or for mortgages or for banks that offer mortgages or lenders that offer mortgages. Basically, you have to call one or apply online if they have that option. And basically, when you apply online or you call them, they're going to ask you a bunch of questions. You're maybe going to submit some documents. And you're going to tell them what kind of house you're looking to buy, which is why we need to know if small multifamily or single family. You're going to tell them your income sources. You're going to tell them what your credit score is. You're going to tell them other debts that you have, like student loan debt or whatever. You're going to tell them how much you have saved, how much you have invested, so they can get an idea of your financial picture. And basically, from the financial picture, they're going to come up with something known as a pre-approval letter. What you see on the right-hand side is a pre-approval letter of mine that I got when I was trying to FHA a property in New York City, when I thought I was still going to live there throughout the pandemic. So I ended up moving, so I never ended up using it. But basically, they approved me for an FHA loan up to $1.2 million for a triplex, basically. And it says my max purchase price, right? So I can only offer up to $1.205, right? So I can only get up to $1,205,000. That's the max that I could go on any of my offers that any bank will allow me to do it. The reason why we need to do this first, before we do anything else, is because without a pre-approval letter, real estate agents don't take you seriously. Other investors don't take you seriously. It's going to be really hard for you to get an offer accepted because you're going to put an offer in and it's going to be no proof that you could actually afford the house. So it's really, really important that you do this because it increases your chances of getting an offer accepted significantly and having other people take you seriously. You don't want to ruin your reputation for other people because reputation in the real estate space is super duper important. All right. Once you've gotten the pre-approval letter, you can move on to the next step. You have the financing, you're ready to go. Step 2 is to go to Trulia or Zillow or Realtor or whatever website you would like to choose and find an agent. I know Zillow has this option. Let me see if I can pull it up for you right now just so you can see what I'm talking about. You go to Zillow. On your phone, they have the click to call an agent option. So if I go to Ewing, New Jersey, this is one of the places I invest. Let's say, I click here. I'm never going to buy this $475,000 house. That's nuts. I don't want to look for sold. I want to look for sale. Done. You're looking at houses for sale and you go there and okay, 289 house and then contact agent. You click this button and it contacts a real estate agent for you. So you can do that, or you could go to Zillow's best agents. Okay. And you could search Zillow best agents for your specific area. And they'll find the best agents in that area for you. It doesn't give me a search option. We'll go Zillow best agents in Ewing, NJ. All right. There we go. Agent reviews. So it pulls up all the agents in the area and starts showing you them. So this way you can learn more about the different agents. And you could click on them, check out their reviews. Let's go to this guy, David DePaula. So specialty is property management landlord. If he says some things about investing in here, this might be a great person to call. The other thing you could do is you could use Bigger Pockets. Okay, so I'm going to show you Bigger Pockets. Bigger Pockets has an agent search function, or you could just search through their members in the area. So if you go to network, I search Ewing, NJ. I search the town, okay? And you go to members, okay? So my friend Dwayne comes up. We got some other people here, and I'm looking for people, a real estate agent, Sharif Jefferson. So I might reach out to Sharif. Let's see if we got developer, real estate agent, William Kong. I might reach out to William Kong. All these people that come up that are real estate agents, these people are real estate investor friendly, which is important for you to find because not every real estate agent is like that. So you have no excuse for doing this because there's so many different ways that we can get this done. When you get on the phone with them, you're going to tell them that you're an investor, okay? And you're going to tell them your one-liner. I'm a buy and hold investor looking for small multifamily homes with at most major cosmetic repairs, right? I tell them that. And tell them you want to go to the property that you saw. You're looking at properties. You're looking at them. You find one that you like. You go there and you want to schedule some time to talk. And you're going to ask them to set up automated listings for you for the things that you want. So if it's small multifamily homes or single family homes, you ask them for which type you want and what price point you want them in and what areas you want them in and what zip codes, whatever, and you have them send them to you, okay? And you may have to do this a few times. The first agent you speak to might not be a good one. I would watch out for a buyer's agreement because a lot of agents who need a buyer's agreement typically, this is a controversial opinion apparently, but typically if an agent needs to lock in your business, then they typically aren't a good agent. That's my experience. That's from all the people I've worked with have said. I haven't found it the other way around. There's no reason an agent needs to lock you in if they are a good agent, because then you'd want to work with them. The goal is for you to get properties to your inbox, have an agent who understands the market, have an agent who can help you, who's a investor-friendly agent, one who understands how the numbers work, one who understands that time is important here. You need to be able to make offers quickly, and one who understands your goals. All right. When you find the property, you're going to analyze it. So this is all part of this step. You're going to analyze properties. You're looking at them. You're going to call one when you find one that works, or a real estate agent that works. You're going to interview them. Make sure you ask them a few questions. Things like, have you worked with investors before? I'm actually going to show you a spreadsheet that I made for my assistant to reach out to real estate agents. Okay. So the questions I would ask them is, have they worked with investors before? Are they an investor themselves? Do they work with out-of-state investors if you're out of state? For me, it's, are you willing to record the property, which will help me see, if I'm out of state, I could see what places they're going to. So actually, I wanted to show you the questions that I will ask a real estate agent, or I'll have someone else ask a real estate agent if they're going to interview them to figure out if they're good. So have they worked with investors before? Are they an investor themselves? Have they worked with out-of-state investors? If it's out of state, are they willing to record or FaceTime me when I want to go see the property? Do they know contractors? That's a really important one. These are questions that I would ask because these are investor-friendly types of agents that would do these types of things. So do this step. Once you've done this step in the home buying process, then you can move on to step 3. All right, so step 3 is once you've looked at properties online, you need to run the numbers and you have to determine and come up with a game plan what you think before you see it. If you need more information about this, check out my deal analysis package. But basically, you need to come up with some questions you might have because a lot of times, a lot of listings are missing information, okay? So I'm just going to look at a random listing here to kind of show you what I'm talking about. Again, we'll go to Ewing and J, and maybe let's look at multifamily homes because this happens a lot with multifamily homes. So this house is, wow, multifamily homes are going for a lot right now. This house has been on the market for 100 days, $370. Calling all investors. So I'll read the description of a property. Welcome to this multi-unit in Ewing. Live in one unit and rent out the others or rent out all 3. This professionally managed property, 3-unit with 1 bedroom, 1 bath each. This property includes recent upgrades. Gross potential income, $4,200. Cash flow potential is over $17,000 per year. Conveniently located in Ewing Township, close to local schools, including the College of New Jersey and Trenton Mercer Airport. So this is actually a pretty good listing we have here. But still, I would start jotting down some questions ahead of time. So sometimes you might have listings that are like missing out what the unit information is. You might ask, what are the rents? But in this case, you know what the rents are because you could divide it by 3. Or you could ask, are the rents split differently per unit? Are the tenants on time paying rent? Is there a way I can add value? Is there an extra bedroom I could find? Right? These are questions I would write down before I go to the property to make sure, or at least keep in the back of my head, to know what I'm looking for when I go through the property. Okay, I'm basically finding ways to increase the value of the home that may not have been listed. To give you an example, a property that I almost had, government got in the way, but I found a 5-unit house that was listed as a single family home. I walked in it and it was set up exactly like a 5-unit house. And that's why it was a good deal because it was able to rent for 5 units rather than for 1 unit. And so I didn't know that ahead of time, but I was paying attention to that to see how I could add value when I go look at the property. Now, if you're not at the property and you are doing this remotely, you are going to have to ask your real estate agent to show you everything, either by video or by Zoom or FaceTime. By video, I mean like they'll record it and send it to you if you can't make the showing. But when you're doing this, make damn sure that you are asking them to show you the street as they're driving up. So this way you can get a good idea of the area that you're buying it in. Second, you want to get it so you can ask them if there's any foundation issues, okay? Have them feel the ground, which is because you can't do that. And then ask them if there's any smells, because the area you can't see, the foundation you can't feel, and the smell you can't smell. That's the only difference what you need if you're there or not there. So if you have those three things, as you're going through the video or while you're there, take notes about the things that you see where you can increase the value or things might be different, okay? If no one is living in the property, it's very easy for you to get a recording. If someone is there, I would just take notes on your phone if you're doing it in person. All right, so that's a lot of information about what to do when you're going to look at the property, but basically you want to take all this information because it's going to lead us to step 4. All right, so step 4, now that you've come home from the property, you're going to run the numbers again, okay? You're going to take your original calculations because they were going to be high-level calculation. You're going to update it based on the information you have. Maybe there was an extra bedroom. Maybe you found out that the rents were really low. Maybe you found out that the property can be fixed up a lot better, or it's in a lot better shape than it seemed from the pictures. You use that, you're going to update how much cash flow and cash on cash return and maybe the after repair value will be if you're doing do a BRRRR. And then you basically ask yourself, does this meet your requirements at the asking price? Okay, so if you increase the asking price, if you offer what the asking price is, let me take one step back because this might be a little bit confusing for you. The asking price is what someone wants, okay? When they're selling a house, the asking price is what you see on Zillow. If you offer the asking price, you're going to get a mortgage, right? The mortgage is going to cost you money every single month. So depending on what the asking price is, it's going to affect how much money you make every month. If you lower the asking price, you will reduce the amount of money you pay every single month. So if you're going to make enough profit, asking price, then you can just make an offer at asking price. You could try to lower it a little bit if you like. Maybe you'll have to adjust your numbers. Usually you'll have to adjust your numbers, okay? You just have to understand where your lowest point is, where your highest point, I guess you could say. The highest you can go, you can offer before it doesn't make sense for you to do because you won't make enough profit. All right. So this is a skill. It'll take time for you to get better at this. I'm still getting better at this. This is my favorite part of the whole investing process, just running the numbers and running all the different scenarios. Like, all right, if we do this and we do this and we do this, that's the cool part about real estate is that it's really, really up to your control. So take this and then I'll see you in step 4. So once you've figured out your numbers, you need to make an offer. This is step 5. And it's really not that complicated, I promise you. But a lot of beginners get stuck here because this is really putting yourself on the line. You're not sure, you're scared, you're afraid of making a mistake. But if the numbers are accurate and the numbers work, don't let the opportunity pass because I promise you someone else will take it. Now, there's 2 parts that matter. The numbers of the offer and the contingencies. The numbers is the price at which you're buying the home at. It's that simple. So you want to make an offer that meets 3 different parts. You want an offer that gives you cash flow based off of the numbers you're looking for, right? This is what we talked about in step 4. You need to make sure base it on numbers, make sure the numbers are accurate, double, triple check them. Start a little lower than your bottom number when you're investing. When you're making your first offer, start a little lower than you would have normally done, mainly because you don't want to typically offer your best thing up front. Now, what happened in 2021 was a little bit different than what happens normally. If we're in a situation where it's really, really, really high competitive, maybe you want to offer your best number up front. But normally you want to start a little bit lower because the seller is going to come back. And if they out-negotiate, if they offer higher than what you could afford, then you can't get it. So the second thing is that it needs to be in the range of what they're asking for. So if the house is worth $100,000, you can't offer $20,000. You can offer $20,000, but that might piss off the seller. Typically, the asking price anchors. There's a concept in negotiation called anchoring. Anchoring is when whoever gives out the first price, it anchors the value of that house to that price, the value of that thing to that price. So in this case, if the person who wants to sell the house anchors their price by having a $100,000 asking price on Zillow, that's the anchored price. So now everyone has to anchor their perception around how much this thing is worth based off that price. Now, you don't have to play part of this game. If the asking price is way too high, you don't have to make an offer. You also don't have to insult anyone by making a really low offer. Instead, you could just make a low offer, like if they're asking for 100, you offer 70 or 80, which is a lot less than what they want, 30, 20% off, but it might not make sense for you to get it at that price. That's totally cool. So it needs to be in the range in what they're asking for in order for the seller to even accept it, really, unless if it's been sitting for a while. Then you can start negotiating lower. And then it's at a price point you can afford, okay? You need to use your pre-approval letter. It needs to make sure that you covered the purchase price of that amount. Otherwise, you're not wasting anyone's time. Now, the second part of an offer has something known as contingencies. A contingency is something that protects you as the buyer or as the seller from something that's happening, okay? You're going to write in buyer's contingencies. It's basically a rule in the contract that says the offer is valid as long as X, Y, or Z happens, okay? Some common ones are financing contingencies. I don't know if you knew this, but when you offer to buy a house cash, what you're actually doing is you're saying, I'm waiving a financing contingency. So basically that means your offer, if you have a financing contingency, that means your offer is valid as long as you can get a mortgage on your house. So if you can't get a mortgage, then you're allowed to back out. That protects you. This way you're not stuck paying for a $300,000 house that you don't have the money for. Second is an inspection contingency. It means that your offer is valid as long as you're allowed to have an inspection and you're allowed to back out from the inspection if something goes wrong within a certain time period that you didn't expect. Others are things like security deposit. The security deposits can be kept. I did one where I offered on a house where I asked them to increase rental price and increase the security deposit. This way, when I got the property, it was cash flowing before I bought it, and I didn't have to do anything. Now, that's not going to happen all the time, so you're going to have to assume that might not happen, but you can get creative with this. You could basically write whatever you want in an offer. Let's say you like the computer or the TV they had. You could offer that, hey, I want that TV inside the house. Something stupid like that. But you can do whatever you like in the offer. But I'd consult a real estate agent or a lawyer to get clear on what it's like in your state to make an offer and get the contingencies in. The real estate agent will write the offer. Once the real estate agent writes the offer, then we'll move on to the next step. So step 6 is negotiations. This may or may not happen, but when you make an offer, typically the seller will come back asking for something more, unless your offer was so good and better than everyone else's, and even then they still may do it. So you have 3 options once you made the offer. They're either going to accept it, they're going to outright reject it, which there's also technically a 4th option where they could just straight up ignore it, and then 3rd is negotiate. So typically negotiations will happen and it might take a few rounds. One time it took me like 4 or 5 rounds of negotiation. But if the seller wants to sell and you want to buy, I'm sure you guys can work it out. You may have to offer a little bit more. You may have to do a few things, but you can definitely get there. And if they accept, congrats. You've covered part 1 of the whole home buying process, which is getting an offer accepted. Now comes the rest of it. So step 7 is what is known as the attorney review in New Jersey, at least, in states that have a lawyer involved in the process. Or it's known as the option period. This is what I've seen in Arkansas or in Texas. I've seen this in Ohio. Depending on where you are, you might need a lawyer, you might not. If you do need a lawyer, you could find one through your real estate agent. You could find one by doing some Googling, looking on Bigger Pockets for lawyers who are also real estate investors. There's going to be tons on there. Or just quick Google for best real estate lawyer in X town, right? Something will come up if they've done the right information online. So if it's an attorney review, you have from the day you get the offer accepted to typically 3 days to get a letter to the seller from your lawyer to get basically all of the changes in the offer that you had that will make the words you said actually legal. For example, sometimes in an offer, you'll say, yeah, I'm going to buy the house as is. But at least in the state of New Jersey, as is doesn't actually mean anything clear. So you have to clearly state what as is means. So as is might mean anything that's not defective, but old is okay. Right? It's up to your lawyer and you and your lawyer to figure out what is actually good. So don't worry if you're overwhelmed with this. Like, I don't know this, I don't know that. That's okay. I didn't know this stuff either. My real estate agent and my lawyer told me about this in the beginning. I'm just like you. I started out and I didn't know any of this, and you can learn it too, I promise. Now, in between that period, you can cancel the contract and say, yeah, I want to back out, no problem. And there's going to be a negotiation back and forth based off of what you want and what the seller attorney wants, and you guys are going to go back and forth. Once you've agreed, then you're technically out of attorney review period. Now, if there's an option period situation, this typically means that there's a 7 to 14 day time frame, somewhere around there. You could write it in your contract for as long as you like, I believe. Depends. I would just make sure with the real estate agent that's true, the length of it. But basically, during that period, you're allowed to back out just for a small fee. So it could be like $100, whatever you say it is in the contract. If the option period is done, then the only thing that you're allowed to do is, if the option period is done, then you have to give your earnest money deposit, which is the next step or one of the next steps. If that happens, then you end up losing the earnest money deposit. That's non-refundable. The option period money, you lose if you back out before the option period, but it's typically something small like $100. And in that period, you would get your inspection done, you would get a contractor done, but don't worry, we're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next step. So option period, attorney review are pretty similar. One involves an attorney, one does not. And you do certain things within the attorney review period and the option period. They're a little bit different. Option period, you would get inspection and contractors in. Attorney review, you would not yet. So once you've done this step, we'll move on to the next one. So this is where it gets a little complex, is that step 8, if you're in New Jersey, you give the good faith deposit. If you're in some other states that have the option period, then you end up doing inspection and stuff first, which I have listed as step 9. So just understand that this step and the next step could be a little interchangeable depending on where you are. So good faith deposit or earnest money deposit, that's another way it's called. It's a predetermined amount, which is based off of your offer. So it might be like 1% of the purchase price. You have to send to the lawyer or the title company, and they'll hold it in escrow, and that will go towards your down payment for the house. But it basically is to say, this is in good faith that I plan on closing on the house. It's like a way for you to say, look, I'm putting this money on the line, and this money on the line shows that I'm telling the truth. The more your good faith deposit is, the more risky it is for you if something goes wrong and you have to back out, because you lose that money. The seller could take all that money if they'd like. They can give it back if they want. They don't have to. But if the seller cancels the contract, then you get this money back. If you cancel the contract, then you lose this money once this money is sent and the option period or the attorney review period is over. Okay? So this is why it's important for you to offer with contingencies to protect yourself. You're allowed to back out if it's within legal reason, like the offer had said so. You can't just back out because you want to. Sorry, I should have clarified that earlier. You can't just back out because you want to. It has to be because it's within legal reason, meaning that it's in the offer, okay? If in the offer it says you're allowed to back out for financing, then you won't lose the good faith deposit. You'll get that money back. So step 9 is getting a home inspection. And honestly, every single person should be doing this, especially for your first property, because the last thing you want to do is buy a house that has something wrong with it that wasn't properly disclosed to you, and the home inspection will highlight it all. A good inspector will go through the house and basically list every little thing that is wrong with the house, okay? The goal of this inspection report is to make you scared. You're going to read it. It's going to be 75 pages long, and you're going to look at it and be like, oh my God, seriously? That's the feeling that everyone had. It makes you feel like everything is wrong with the house, especially if it's not a new house. And it can seem complex. So if you're confused about it, call your inspector and ask them and be like, hey, what are the things that I really need to worry about this? Because I'm a little overwhelmed with all of it. They will help you, okay? Because I didn't know what any of this stuff meant. I had to talk to my dad, who's a contractor. I had to talk to the inspector so I can get a good idea through it. But you can get an inspector through your real estate agent. Your real estate agent almost always has to have one. If you can't, then do a quick Google search for one. But this should be pretty simple to get. Basically, you're going to get the inspection report. You're going to go over it with your lawyer or go over it with your agent. And based on what has come up, you're either going to try to negotiate the price down. So let's say there's a foundation issue that came up that costs you $10,000. You're going to try to negotiate with the seller to offer $10,000 less or $10,000 credit at buying to try to get them to pay for some of the mistakes because you offered assuming that there wasn't that mistake there. So this is what I mean. It's kind of, this whole process is a little bit of a give and take. You go a little bit, you come back a little bit, you go a little bit, come back a little bit. Now, if you are doing attorney review, if you're in a state where there's attorney review, the home inspection process will happen after attorney review period. If it's an option period, you should do this within the option period because the quicker you get this done, the better, okay? It gives you more time to make proper decisions. So then step 10 is to make sure you call your mortgage lender back and let them know that you got an offer accepted. Now, you could do this as soon as the attorney review period or option period starts. You could do this right after the inspection period if you don't want to bother them. But I promise you that the sooner you do this, the better. Why? Because you need to let your lender know that you're closing on a house, okay? If you tell them that they're closing on a house, the longest part of every single process of buying a home is getting a mortgage. It is the longest process it takes. They got to underwrite it. They got to make sure they're giving you the right money. They're going to double and triple check every single document in the world. So the earlier you do it, the better, because you close quicker. The last thing you want to happen is the bank taking a long time or them not being notified, and they take a longer time, and then the seller who needs the money for something, they back out of their house, they sell their house, they want to sell their house, but they have to back out of the offer because you're taking too long and they stop believing you, okay? So I would call them right away. You could do this before step 8 or at the same time as step 8. You could do this at the same time as step 9, whatever, step 7, whatever is easier for you. At this point, they're going to ask you for their real documents. They're going to run your credit. They're going to get copies of your income statements, your tax returns. It really depends on what kind of lender you're using. But if you're using a regular conventional mortgage, then that's the way to do it. So this is really important that you act on this quickly, okay? Because also they need to order an appraisal. And if appraisals are backed up, it's also going to be a pain in the ass to do that. All right, step 11 then is once you've told the mortgage company, it's up to them to order an appraisal. This will cost you somewhere between $300 and $800, depending on where you are, what kind of lender you're using. But an appraisal is basically someone goes to the house and he or she looks at the house and writes down all the details about the house, sees how big it is, write down how much bed, bath, and everything about the house, the amenities, whatever. Then it looks at other houses in the neighborhood nearby that also sold in the last 6 months, let's say. They'll pick a time frame. And they'll see how much those sold for. And they will come up with a value of your house, the house that you're planning on buying, based off of what you have. So the reason why this is important, because if they say it's worth less than what you're buying it for, you will have to come up to the table at the closing table when you buy the house with the difference. So let me give you an example here. Let's say you buy a house, you make an offer for $200K. They say it's worth $200K. That's good. If you buy a house that's $200K, example number 2, you make an offer for a house that says it's $200K, but they say example number 2, you make an offer on a house that's $200K. You make an offer for it for $200K. You get it accepted. The appraiser says it's worth $210K. Guess what? You have $10,000 in equity. That's a great thing, right? Nothing bad happens here. What happens bad is in example 3. Let's say you're buying a house that you offer for $200,000. Okay? The appraiser comes back and says, this house is only worth $180,000. The bank wants to protect itself. Okay? They want to make sure that they can get all their money back. And so if the value isn't up there, they're going to say, hey, we're going to need to change this. We're not going to be able to give you a loan up to $200. Even if they've pre-approved you, it won't work. So at 180, then they'll give you a loan of 25, whatever they had agreed to, like a 20% down loan on 180, right? And then you need to pay the difference between 200 and 180, which is $20,000 plus the 20% down payment you have. So in that case, it would jump from $36,000 for your down payment to $56,000 because you need an extra $20,000 to come up with the difference. Now, you can come back to the lender or to the seller. You can come back to the seller and say, hey, the house is not appraised for this much. Are you okay with reducing the purchase price of the house? Sometimes they will be okay. Sometimes they won't be okay. If they're not okay, they could back out. If they're okay, they don't have to back out. Some people waive appraisal contingencies, meaning if the appraised value, a lot of people, you should have an appraisal contingency in there for you to be able to back out just in case if the appraisal goes low. If the appraisal goes high, that's good. But if the appraisal goes low, you want to have an appraisal contingency to make sure you can back out just in case of appraisal goes low. You could also not back out and try to negotiate the house down to the purchase price, or you can be okay with willing to pay a little bit more. But appraisal contingency will do this to protect you. But a bank does this whole thing because they want to make sure that they can make their money back. If today the house is not worth what you say it is, there's no guarantee that it will go up. So they won't assume that it's going to go up over time. Okay. So the bank is doing this to protect themselves. And if you could see every part of the process, the bank is doing something to protect itself. So once this happens, something may happen. You may back out. You may continue moving forward. You may renegotiate. All of these things, like I said, it's always a give and take. So you do this and then we'll move on to the next step. So once the appraisal's been locked in, you guys negotiated everything, you know how much the house is worth, you can go get home and flood insurance. If your home is in a flood zone, which at this point of the process, your agent should have told you if it is or not, then you will need flood insurance, and your mortgage lender will not let you get a loan if you don't get flood insurance or home insurance. Now, if you buy a house cash, technically you don't need this, and I made that mistake, but you should get insurance when you're in the process of closing and have it set up for the day that you're going to close on the house. So you can find an insurance broker through your real estate agent because your real estate agent needs to have one, or you can reach out to other people, look at Google, go on Bigger Pockets, find an insurance agent there. Now there's a lot of software companies that will help you find landlord insurance, so you can use one of them. So basically what a broker does is they go out and they look at all these different companies that offer insurance, okay? And from all these different companies, they end up picking one based off of you and what you're looking for, right? You're looking for landlord insurance. You're looking to be able to own a rental property or whatever specific thing. If you're flipping, you don't need that. But basically, you want to get the lowest price that covers you the most. You want to get the most bang for your value-wise, okay? So it's important for you to reduce this cost, but it's also important for you to make sure that when something goes wrong, you're okay. Like I've had 2 pipes burst at my property, so I don't really know. Like without the insurance, I would have had to pay a lot of money for both of them, like $9,000 to $10,000 for both of these mistakes that weren't necessarily my fault. But thank God for insurance, I'm okay. And typically, you'll pay the first year, or you'll pay a down payment amount of the insurance, and then this is bucketed into your monthly payment for your mortgage every single month. So you won't have to worry about paying it all the time. You will have to worry about renewing it every year. And lately, there's been a lot of increases in this, so I would watch out to make sure that you are being conservative with your number when you're running the numbers originally to get your home insurance. Okay, so step 13, some states have something known as a CO inspection, which stands for Certificate of Occupancy. I know in New Jersey I have to do this. It's basically a piece of paper from the town that says you could only have 7 people living here and this is up to code. It's another inspector will come in, look at it, and make sure that it's up to the town standards to make sure that it's livable. Without this, you legally can't rent out the home. Now, I know people who have, and it's not the best thing for you to do, but it is possible for you to do because the government never really catches up on the things. But I recommend that you get it so this way you're doing everything properly and you don't have any mistakes long term. You're going to have to pay a little bit for this, or you could negotiate for the seller to pay for this. If there's going to be a list of fixes, the CO inspection says that you have to get done before you can get it rented. You can also have the current landlord cover the expenses if you negotiate that into the contract. So in the end, they give you a list of things to do, and you have to do them in order to get your CO. Basically, that's what you need within a time frame, typically 60 days. Okay, hopefully at this point, you have gone through all the negotiations. You've gotten the inspections done. You've gotten the appraisal done. You've gotten the contractors look at the property, whatever it is. Okay. Step 14 is to get the closing check a couple days before you're about to close on the house. The lender will tell you this is exactly how much money you need. You either need to, if you're going to close in person, you need a check. You can get the check, or you can mail the check to wherever you're going to do it. You have to go to a bank and get a certified check, or you can wire the funds. Nowadays, most people wire the funds because it's easier. So you could totally remove this step if you wanted to. But if you're going to go in person, you definitely need to get the closing check ahead of time, because otherwise it might be hard to get it last second. And you don't want to stall the purchase price, the purchase of the home. Guys, we made it to step 15, closing day. Congratulations. If you made it here, you got your house. If you're doing this in person, you're going to get the keys, you're going to get the rent check, or at least you'll get keys for the property. I can tell you that much typically. If it's closing day, or maybe you'll get the keys later, but the goal is for you to get the keys and your first cash flow if it's already rented. If If it's not rented, totally cool. You're still going to get the keys to the property, or you're just going to sign off and you are going to now be the official owner of the property. Okay. You're going to get something, whether it's keys, check, or proof that it's your property now. If you're going to do this remotely, there's going to be a notary that's going to come to your house, or you're going to meet the notary somewhere, and they're going to print out all the documents. They're going to give you everything. If you're doing this in person, either the title company will read out to you what each document's supposed to do and what you're really signing for, but you're basically signing a stack of documents that are all signing your life away to pay back this mortgage. That is what most docs are for. When you buy a house that doesn't have a mortgage, you typically will not spend you won't spend as much time doing it because there's going to be a lot less documents to sign. All right. You're going to hand over the check or wire the money on this day, and then the home is yours. Congrats. Now, this is really just the beginning, not the end, because now is when the real game starts to take us to step 16. Now, once you close on the property, it's time for you to get a property manager. You can start doing this process before you close, a couple weeks before you close, but you won't have anything to give them until it's done, until you own the house technically. So ideally, you won't want to manage the properties. A lot of people get stuck in between managing and not managing, managing and not managing. I can tell you, I don't manage any of my properties. I have other people that manage them for me, property management companies. Some people that I know manage all their properties and they're totally okay with it. Once you get past like 10 properties, it gets really, really complicated to keep up with all 20 of your tenants texting you all day long. And at what point do you become a full-time landlord instead of a full-time investor? Because really, the skill that we're honing here in all these packages is to make you a better investor, not to make you a better landlord. Being a landlord is a whole nother skill that someone else can do. And you pay them 10%. You got to ask yourself, if your rent is $2,000 a month and you give someone $200 a month to handle all phone calls, all headaches, is that worth it to you? To me, $200 a month is worth it. To you, it might not be. Basically, if you want to run this like a business, you got to get a property manager, or you got to start a management company yourself. One of the two. That's the way I see it. You can manage it yourself in the short term, but long term, you're going to want to get managers. Basically, what they'll do is they'll collect the rent, they'll place new tenants for you, they'll deal with the headaches, they'll let you know when big things go wrong. Like yesterday, a sewer pipe burst on my property. There was a second one in a year and a half. And my property manager was there because I'm in Texas and that was in New Jersey. I wasn't going to go to that. The police were there. They handled everything, right? So this is what happens when you're a property manager. You have to deal with these things. That's not something I want to do. If you want to do that, be my guest. But basically, a property manager will cost 6 to 15% of the monthly rent, depending on what they're doing. They'll also charge you 40% to 100% of the first month's rent. This is important because they basically lose one whole month of rent for you if you do some of these landlords or use some of these property management companies. And when you're fixing things up, a lot of these companies charge a per project cost or a percentage of the cost. So if you, let's say you get a contractor to fix something up for $1,000, they may charge 10% to oversee the project. They're going to do that. Make sure to put them to work to send you videos and pictures of everything as it's going on. To me, it's worth it to trade off this time to grow your investing business. If not for you, you can use things like Hemlane, which is some sort of combo between, I'll leave a link up there for you. They are an affiliate partner, but my friend uses them and he lives in Portugal and manages his properties in Austin from Portugal. So it's been really helpful for him because they have some combination of people on the ground and an online system where you could collect rents and payments. If you want to do something lighter than that, like you don't need the whole team, you know the people already, they have other options too, but also you could use something like Ready to collect rent payments, or you could use and manage tickets. You could also use Doorloop as well. I've used both of those. I'll leave links to all those for you up here. Now, let's talk about how to find a good property manager. Hopefully, if you have an investor-friendly agent, they'll know property management companies, or maybe their brokerage will manage properties. That happened to me a few times. Other investors in the area, if you went to meetups, they're a great place to find property managers because they're the customers of property managers. You can call the 4 rent signs you see in the area and ask them if they're property managements. If you don't live there, that'll be a little bit challenging. You can do Google searching. This is how I found my last 2. Google searching best property manager in town. That's simple. Or you can look on Bigger Pockets to look for property managers there, or message the investors there and ask them who they use. Now, how you can tell which of them are good, you basically want to get 3 that you look for the reviews online, okay? And you read what they say. If they have good reviews, highly rated, and a lot of them, then you can call them and talk about their packages. You'll find out that a lot of them you call just won't pick up, or a lot of them you call won't call you back. That is obviously a sign that you should not be using these people long term. You want to be able to read the reviews and the testimonials online, because that is going to give you so many clues as to what's going on. It's like connecting you with a bunch of real estate agents or a bunch of real estate investors, all at once. You're going to call them and talk about their packages, and you're going to find out about price. You're going to find out about what they do for you. And based off of that, you're going to pick one. And ultimately, this is just like a lot of things we're going to be doing here in packages, is that it's very hard for you to, we're never going to be 1000% exact about something. We might not feel 1000% amazing about a property management company off the front, right? Before using them. But if you have a contract in place that allows you to back out, okay, it's best that you start working with one to see how they work. That is really going to be the ultimate test, is see how they work. Do they answer you quickly? Do they not answer you quickly? So I had one property in Akron, Ohio, with a property management company that I had for the first year is not that good. So I bought my second property, and the second property, I got a second property management company, and they're significantly better. So now I'm looking into moving the property management from the first property over to the second one, because I tried out the second one. I looked at that as a trial period. Just like anything you do in business, you're going to have to do a trial period. You're going to have to try something out. And I mentioned earlier that you have these other options, like my girlfriend's mom. She self-manages her properties from California, okay? She doesn't use any online payment system. She lives in California, but her properties are in Texas. And she has a handyman in each of the areas. She has them like 5 different areas of Texas, not really close from each other. And they help her collect rent, or they help her fix things up, and the tenants call her. That's how she chooses to run things. You could do that as well. And then Hemlane is another way you could use it, or any of the other ones like Rent Ready or Door Loop. But finding a property manager or getting this part handled is important. So you might want to start it a little bit earlier before closing, but it's definitely important at this point in the process. Step 17, which again, arguably could have been done earlier, is to find a contractor to make repairs. If you're buying a property that needs work, a contractor is a great person to have earlier in the process. So if you're going to do this and you're buying an estate that has an option period, I would get a contractor in the option period to help look at the property and give you a quote of what needs to get done. There's likely going to be things that you want to fix up either right away from the inspections or over time. Most properties are not going to be perfect right off the bat unless you're buying a newer one or one that wasn't rented. So eventually you're going to need a contractor regardless, whether it's now or later. You're going to want to look for certain qualities in a contractor. Okay, you want someone who's experienced, someone who's knowledgeable in their area of expertise. Like my dad is a tile guy. He knows almost everything there is to do about tiles and grout and all that stuff. That they're not super expensive, because when they're super expensive, it's not worth it for you as an investor, and does a thorough job. Someone whose experience will do a thorough job, and you get what you pay for, okay? They're willing to correct mistakes, anything like that. Showing up on time is a really big one as well. So how to find a contractor to make the repairs. You could find them using things like Home Advisor. There's a bunch of different ones of these, like Angie's List. There's places online that contractors can go to. You can do Googling for best contractor in the area. You can ask your property management company, because property management companies need to have this. Again, another pro of having a property management company is you're getting access to a team of people who are experts in their area, and it's better for you to do it that way. You could ask a neighbor if you live near the area about what they've done to fix things up in their house recently, or you can go to a real estate agent who you've been using to help you give you a contractor recommendation. Now, how to tell which ones are good is to basically see if the work of their previous jobs, if they have pictures and videos of transformations, that's great, right? You can see the work that they've done. That is a good thing to look at, because it'll give you a good idea of what they've done. You can look at their quotes and ask them questions about their quotes. If they start freaking out about the price when you say, oh, how much is labor and material on this? Then you could tell that they're trying to overcharge you a little bit more, because typically contractor doesn't want to break down labor and material, because then they're showing you how much they're charging for labor and how much they're charging for material, which goes to show that they're basically hiding how much profit they're taking from their job, and allows them to be less, basically with it, it becomes harder for them to compete. If they have online reviews, this is a great thing because you can see what other people have said. And a lot of people might say that, they didn't show up on time, which is a big problem with contractors. And you can have them do a smaller project to see how they perform. Like maybe just say, okay, I'm only going to give you the bathroom and see how it goes. Get the quote for everything else. You get an idea of how much things cost, but give them the bathroom and see if they show up on time. They get you the materials quickly and they get the job done quickly. I was nervous about this when I was getting my first property in Arkansas. And luckily, I had my agent who was there. He was managing the entire process, and the agent was able to go there, check up on the property, work with the contractor to make sure he got stuff done. That's really it. In the end, is you want to make sure you have the property manager or the agent also as well to make sure that they're keeping an eye on the contractor and make things move quickly. And obviously, you don't want them to like sit there and watch them, but over time to stop periodically to make sure that things are getting done and they're sending you pictures as you're going along the whole process. Step 18 is to get an accountant. At the end of the year, you're going to have to do your taxes. And I can tell you that when you have a rental property, your taxes get a lot more complicated. Why? It's for a good reason, because rental properties have a lot of deductions, things like mortgage interest and some repairs. So you're going to need a CPA to help you. I recommend that you get a really good one because a really good one will help save you a lot of money in the long term. My first CPA, I had done my taxes on my own and I was like, oh shoot, I owe the government $3,000. And then when he did it, the government gave me $7,000. Okay. So there was a $10,000 difference and I had to pay him $1,000. So I made $9,000 just by hiring him. It's why it's really important for you to get people who are specialized in their field to help you with it. Ideally, you want someone who has experience with real estate or works with real estate. So works with real estate investors a lot. So you're going to ask other investors who they use or people with money who run businesses. Those are good people to ask. You can Google real estate accountant near X, where you live. You could network within your circles of people. Everyone has some form. Someone in your circle definitely has an accountant. And then Bigger Pockets is a great place to find them because they also exist. And then you could use companies like 1-800-ACCOUNTANT who have these types of services, and I can leave a link to them down below. But that's it. The home buying process is over. I hope you enjoyed this. Just give me any feedback if you have any of these videos, and I'd love to improve them, or if there's anything you think I'm missing.